Yes?
Yes?
Yes.
Ready?
Hello, all however many people may be viewing.
Hi! Ready to go?
I'm waiting, it's your line.
Hopefully we finish tonight.
We better.
Angel saw Crow going into the infirmary yesterday, and then the door was locked. The doctor knew you must have seen her. What happened in there? They must both be lying. He has been helping us all this time, and I don't want to suspect him. But he's clearly been hiding the truth. Could Yuya be covering for the doctor?
We don't know that for sure. The mongrel could be lying to cast doubt on Dr. Iwamine.
It's not impossible, but from what we've seen so far, the most likely conclusion is that they're working together. Sakuya? You're the one who said we need to remove biases. We need to solve this.
I am aware.
I want to go confront them now, and with only Angel's testimony, our evidence is a little weak.
But, not and.
Ah. Well, whatever.
That's one of those instances where that makes a difference.
Shh. They'll probably slip out of it again if we go now. They're both much more eloquent than I am, and they'll try to dodge the issue. Which means we need to search the infirmary.
Do you intend to go in without asking?
Yeah. The more stealthily we do it, the better, right? If the doctor finds out, he'll come up with some way of stopping us for sure.
Understood. I will go to the lab and keep them occupied while you search the infirmary.
Thank you, Sakuya.
A moment, gentlemen.
Was it... Do we settle on Leon?
I don't know.
Mr. Leon!
I have something for you. Sorry for being late. I was somewhat delayed.
What are these?
The first is the massive key. It should open just about any of the simple locks in the school, and is as bright and massive as its owner. So it's a keyblade. A massive key that opens any lock. It's a keyblade.
Can it unlock your death?
The other is a shotgun.
That's a stun gun.
Stun gun.
That is very different than a shotgun.
Stun gun. If you need to protect yourself, use it. I'm tired. I'm still drinking my coffee. You will have more use for those than I, Kawara. Hold on to them.
How am I supposed to hold on to a giant key and a stun gun and search through the infirmary at the same time?
Yes. Look, you're a bird. You have feet and wings.
I need my feet for walking!
No, you don't. You can fly. You're
Not
a
as
bird.
tough as in my wings!
Huh?
Right.
Have you never seen birds carrying things in their feet as they're flying? I'm so confused.
This hallway is not big enough for that.
How do you know that?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Leon. Maybe I should write in the notes before I go to the infirmary. Man, they're telling me. The hour of judgment has come. You cannot use the Dark Tree's power here. Return to the Void, Wallenstein. Well, he seems excited. Wonder what the doctor is doing.
Being slandered by Mr. Hibere, as you can see. Please stop breaking school property, Mr. Hibere.
I have returned from Judecca to defeat you. As long as you live, calamitous sorcerer, the world will be wrapped in eternal despair. When he says things with such conviction, I always find myself believing them.
Please. That isn't funny.
Yes, come now. Come on, Higure. Let's go back to the gym, okay? No, stop! Don't throw me out like some wretched doll.
I suspect he has suffered from megalomania since birth.
Megalomania? Whatever do you mean?
Delusions of grandeur. Eschewing societal standards, he lives his life in the midst of some bizarre fantasy. Perhaps it is genetic.
Now I just have Bohemian Rhapsody stuck in my head. Good job, Shu.
What?
Is this real life? Is this just fantasy?
Yeah, but does that go into your head every time you hear the word fantasy or what?
No.
Uh-huh.
No, it just got stuck in my head now. I didn't even read my line. Wow.
Well, you should have read it when it was up. It was sitting there for so long.
Wow.
He is unusually active in destruction.
What have I wandered into? You might want to watch the two previous streams before you come into this. Good
Don't
luck
leave.
Because...
Wait, don't leave though.
But also, spoilers if you haven't watched the other two streams?
I mean, kind of, but like...
We're doing the Secret End to Hatoful Boyfriend if you haven't seen it before.
We're doing, like, the last half of the Secret End to Hatoful Boyfriend.
Yeah.
But welcome back.
Yeah. I won't leave. How have you been, Melik? It's been a while. Anyway, your line? Your line.
I was like halfway through it. I'll start over. He is unusually active in the destruction of his surroundings, especially given his physique. Internal prejudice is a terrible thing, I suppose. He is no doubt exerting to the limits of his capacity at all times. The most dangerous part is his ability to bring his surroundings into his fantasy. Though I seem to be less affected than you. And since, although I invited him to the school, I have yet to find a use for him. The whole thing has been nothing but a waste of time.
So now we know Angel's ending was a lie?
Angel has a great ability to bring other people into his fantasy world, and we're seeing everything from MC's perspective in that route, and she definitely got caught up in it.
Yes.
So,
but we did not see reality for what it was throughout that entire route. Well, not the entire route. For
it was
something.
really just the ending.
Yeah, well, the ending was the worst.
The ending was funny. The battle in this route was funny too.
Did you say something just now, Doctor?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Melik, you'll meet Angel at some point if you haven't seen him in our streams. He's an interesting character.
Angel's just a little bit crazy. It's fine. He's funny. Excuse me.
Oh, hello, Shirogane. What's going on? Where did Kuwara go?
He's investigating another area at the moment.
This is you. Ryota's not here.
God damn it. Do I have to narrate in this crappy accent voice? Only Dr. Iwamine and Nanaki here now. Isn't Sakazaki here?
I think he's walking around to calm his nerves again. He's very brave to be out and about with that scarecrow on the loose. Yeah, the scarecrow exists.
There's a steampunk scarecrow that's like murdering shit.
Well, no, he has. I don't
Not
think the
murdering
scarecrow's
shit.
murdered
Just
anything.
attempting murder. Since
Yes.
it like flung its arm and smashed the window at them.
Yeah, and the headmaster's dead.
Yeah, but we don't. The scarecrow and the headmaster being dead are not necessarily like.
Related.
Well, they're presumably related, but it's not that the scarecrow poisoned the headmaster.
And the main character's dead.
Oh yeah, MC's dead. And we're playing one of the guys. Except now we're playing a different one of the guys.
Whoops!
Sorry, welcome to the second half of the secret end. Things are confusing as fuck. Welcome!
If you want to catch up, watch our other streams at some point. You'll catch up real fast.
It's fine. It's a dating sim made of birds. It only makes so much sense in the first place.
I love it. It's so bad.
Just like dating in general, it only makes so much sense in the first place.
Dating is supposed to make sense? This game is supposed to... Yes. Yes, it is, Melik.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit more complicated.
The secret end takes the complicatedness of the game and, like, quadruples it. It's great. Anyway.
Not brave, just imprudent. Stupid mongrel! Stop pretending to be migratory and get back here so I can distract you! Wanted to occupy both of them if possible, but at least they don't realize that we suspect them yet. Just the doctor should be enough. Dr. Iwamine, I came here to ask your opinion of something. My opinion, I fear I will not be of much use to you there.
Why, you don't have opinions, or you're just useless?
I think he only cares about science, so he's probably just like, I don't care about opinions, I only care about science and facts.
That's true. And murder.
Science!
Yeah.
My body has never required me to visit the infirmary. Not had much occasion to talk to the doctor since moving here, but I can read his expression perfectly well all the same.
It also
Says,
only been
I'm
like
not telling you anything.
It's only been like 5 months since Sakia's started at the school.
Something like that.
Like, yeah. I don't imagine Sakia of all people to get sick in that 5 months when, what, an entire month was summer?
Even if he did, like, he's rich as fuck. They just have private doctors,
Yeah.
I assume, at
Yeah.
home.
Yeah.
Where is Mr. Kawara? Did you have a falling out? He did seem to be suspecting me based on nothing but his own prejudice. A pity. I agree, sir. To doubt someone based merely on one's own preconceptions is bas sir. It is nonsense. That's right.
Oh, right, we did look up that word last time.
Yes, it means nonsense.
Literally.
It's French for nonsense. That's right. It must be perfectly logical in all things. You are renowned as one of the most intelligent birds in the world, Doctor. Do not think that you could be involved in such a grisly crime as this. It is an honor to be so praised by the heir to the LaBelle family. Completely flat. Does he never speak with emotion? I hold a deep respect for you, Doctor. You might not be aware, but my father owes his life to your medicine. A few years ago, your work allowed the LaBelle family to continue on to even greater glory. Is that so? I had not known. I am afraid that I know little of the fates of the drugs that I develop.
Sounds about right.
The life of but one bird may not be significant to you, but we of the LaBelle family will never forget. Oh, how wonderful.
Okay there, Santa.
No. Santa's in the other game. That Santa is for dating dads. Shu is a bird to be dated.
But also wears a Santa hat. It's adorable.
We haven't streamed any of Holiday Star.
That is true.
I don't know when
He
we
wears
will.
a Santa
Probably
hat.
for Christmas
It's
or something.
adorable.
If we're streaming on Christmas for some reason. I take it your father is a figure of great respect. Of course! The family head must always be honored. It would seem that you hold your own biases even more dearly than Mr. Kawara holds his. Almost like the foundation of your very existence. I would rather like to see the expression on your face when that foundation collapses. Rude.
That's very true, though.
I know. It's great. I didn't say that being rude was bad.
Has it been locked ever since the alarm this morning? The doctor went straight to the lab to begin the autopsy, and I think he's been with somebody else ever since. Let's see, maybe that massive thing Mr. Leone gave me will do the trick.
That massive thing.
Yes! Sherm has always been a little creepy, but it's even worse in this dim light. Need to look for evidence that Crow was in here quickly. But where do I start? The longer I spend poking around in corners, the bigger the risk that I'll get caught. I need to remember, I've been in here a lot every time I got sick. I heard the doctor hide something he didn't want anyone else to see. Didn't he forbid even his assistants from touching his desk? Which we found out this route when we started it.
Mm-hmm.
It would seem he keeps his drawers locked tight. You're a massive thing.
Keyblade.
Inside our medical records? He's probably supposed to keep personal information locked up. Though I've never really thought of him as the respectful type. There are only 4 files. The names are Kawara Ryota, Kakao Crow, Fujishiro Nageki, and Shirogane Sakuya.
Interesting.
Yeah, those are odd names to lump together.
Mostly, like...
Sakuya is the odd one out, honestly.
Well, why is Ryota in there?
Well, I mean, Ryota's in there constantly.
Yeah, but, like, Crow is only there as an assistant. Nageki's been dead for years.
Yes, but
oh, by the way, Malik, Nageki is a character that's been dead for years, but sometimes his ghost pops up.
Yeah, he's a ghost.
Spoilers!
Whoops. I mean, Ryota's in there constantly, and he probably has some crazy
Yeah, but, like,
stuff.
okay, here's the thing that's
Crow
weird
is
to
the
me.
only human.
Here's the thing that's weird to me, is that, Crow and Nageki makes sense if he's keeping special locked files.
Oh, also, Melik, humans are basically dead.
Oh, yeah. Kaka Crow is what we named our MC, and she was the only human student in the entire school. Everyone else is a bird. Also, she just got murdered.
And now humans are coming to kill us. Because she got murdered.
Maybe we should give a proper recap.
Yeah. Anyway, you were saying?
Anyway, I was saying, okay, so Ryota is just in there all the time as a normal student. But he's not going to be the only student that ever gets sick. So it's not like there's a reason to keep his specially locked up with these other ones. Sakuya also just said he's never in there. Why is he in there? In this special, like, locked one?
You got me. I mean,
And Nageki's been dead for years, so it's not like this is a frequent patient's locker.
That's true. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out.
Maybe!
What? I'm not surprised to see a file on me in here, but Crow and Sakuya never had any reason to be in here. Other than to see you for Crow. And Fujishiro Nageki. Looking closely, Nageki's folder says St. Pigeonation's Medical Center on the side, while the others don't. And the date is from 5 years ago. Did he take this from the medical center? Since it's here, he must know something about the fire back then. Are the other three records from physical exams? They're full of strange symbols and numbers, and I'm not sure what they mean, because the doctor wrote them.
Yes.
Huh? Saki's has a second piece of paper in it. It looks like some sort of memo
Oh,
or...
right. The true end to Sakuya's, Yuya's like, oh, there's something about him, but I just won't tell him. I'll tell him eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Is this it? Is this... Was that Yuya?
Ugh! A sudden blinding pain in the back of my head. I can't move. I fall unconscious. Bleh. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Ugh. Ugh. Where am I? I feel dizzy. That's right. I was looking for evidence in the infirmary. The medical records are gone. We're not supposed to find out. Somebody took them? Who did it? Who did it? I said, who did it?
Who done it?
Who done it? I managed to get knocked out even with the stun gun Mr. Leone gave me. Now this shotgun.
I mean, any kind of gun is only useful if you are aware enough of your surroundings to use it.
Yeah. Also, it would be very funny and cute to see a bird wield a shotgun. Or try to.
I don't think anyone wielding a shotgun is cute.
No, but like a tiny little bird trying to? That just sounds kind of cute. Darn it. I don't know who attacked me, but those records must have been important to get stolen away like that.
My money's on Yuya.
Ugh, darn it. Why did I let myself get taken from behind like that? I had our records. Even with those, it would have been hard to prove anything. Whoever attacked me must have been the criminal. They probably wouldn't leave anything. But maybe they missed a clue in here somewhere? Huh? I hadn't noticed earlier, but there's a card under the desk in a corner. I wouldn't have seen it if I weren't on the floor. This is Crow's Student ID. There's blood on the corner. She wasn't dropped here by accident before she was killed. Must have happened in here. Looks like my doubts about the doctor are confirmed. But for some reason, I still feel unsure. I almost feel like this is too good to be true, like I'm being led along.
Yes.
I mean, the doctor did say you don't even need to think.
The doctor said this is all a puzzle that has been laid out, especially for you. So yes, of course everything would be laid out very, very cleanly, leading to an answer.
The doctor were behind it all. Surely could have avoided casting so much doubt on himself.
The question is, who made the puzzle?
Is it a jigsaw puzzle? Or is it a crossword puzzle?
PSA, screw autism speaks.
Huh?
Oh, have you never heard of it? Autism Speaks is a charity that basically treats autism like this terrible disease.
No, I know Autism Speaks. I was like, I don't know how. Sudoku, yeah, love Sudoku. I don't know how you went from like jigsaw or crossword puzzles to that.
Oh, because Autism Speaks has a campaign that's like autism awareness, and they have the blue jigsaw puzzle piece to suggest that autistic children are missing something, apparently.
Ah.
And because it's apparently Autism Awareness Month, that's going on right now, and you shouldn't do it.
Ah. I'd rather just play Sudoku.
Yes. Sudoku is a much better puzzle.
It is. Anyway. Just what is he after anyway? But I'm not worried about who's doing what and why. I'm worried about finding the one who did this to Crow. I need to talk with Sakuya. I need to talk to the rich kid.
So, you think it would take a fair amount of time to cut a human up like this and distribute them into boxes, Doctor?
What did we come back to?
Correct. Even if she were cut up last night and distributed this morning, it would involve a good deal of physical labor. He would
All
know.
right. Yeah. Especially if he had a partner with him.
He would know. Well, not in terms of like, he would know because he did this. He would know because he does this all the time with birds. And a human is much larger than the birds.
Oh, but you got such a nice chicken on Christmas.
Or turkey. I don't know. What do people eat on Christmas?
It was so delicious.
No.
Sakuya.
You again.
Can we go to the maintenance room? We need to talk.
Very well. Mr. Shirogane. Yes, Doctor? Just as an aside, it would be impossible for one such as myself, even with the knowledge and tools of a physician.
Wait, what is Kazuaki doing right now? Is he just sleeping while listening to this?
Yes. I mean, I feel like anytime Kazuaki's not talking, he's just snoring in the corner.
I love him.
Even so, I am not a particularly healthy person.
He's not? Not a healthy person? The doctor is slightly impaired down his right side, you know. Did he wield the machete in his left hand? Wing?
I think so.
That's actually really interesting. I never noticed that.
Well, I mean, we usually just see the spray. We don't see them in motion. So
That is true.
when he says, you know, it's supposed to be a surprise.
He is? I never knew.
I was injured long ago. My right wing never fully recovered, though it rarely poses problems in daily life. I guess he's a lefty. A human corpse is heavy. It seems like a bit much to go dragging around with one wing.
One-winged angel?
Do you think? I wouldn't call him an angel.
Oh, sorry. Angel?
Moving on.
I'm sorry. Crap, now I can't get to the tired voice. Because I'm laughing too much.
Practice that voice switch.
It's hard to do when I'm laughing?
I've done it!
Yes, it's all true. It's even recorded in the faculty medical records. It is? I see.
Then again, the faculty medical records are probably also put in by Shu.
Yeah.
And it would make for a great alibi cover story kind of thing.
It would.
For all of his other murders.
Thanks. I'll remember that. Top left of the screen, Ryota will remember this. I'll tell Saki about what I found in the infirmary. I tell Saki about what I found in the infirmary as we head to the maintenance office.
Meaning, Fujishiro Nageki's records of the doctor have something to do with the medical center?
Duh? I think so. Yeah. I wonder about the other records, too. Why Yumi and Crow all together? Could that really be a coincidence?
I mean, they are all in the same class.
But so Zoko-san.
Yes.
Why is Oko-san not there? Everyone loves Oko-san. Why is he not there?
I don't think the doctor loves Oko-san.
What are you talking about? He loves giving him drinks to just see what happens.
Yeah, true. He's sturdy. His records are probably in a different locked cabinet of all the experiment shit.
Probably. Did you go there often after you moved here or anything?
Not once. Nobility knows no illness.
Except for his father.
I was about to say. Excuse you, Sakuya. The rich are not immune from health problems. If anything, health problems and life and stuff are one of the great equalizers of society.
Yeah, but they have all the money so that they can pay for the expensive doctors to fix all their issues. So is it really an equalizer?
To some extent, in the sense that, like, say with cancer, we don't have a cure for cancer, so even if you have all of the money in the world, like, cancer is cancer.
That's true.
So,
anyway,
in terms of the pricier treatments and stuff that do exist already, it's not an equalizer. However, in terms of things that our research and science just haven't gotten there yet, it is an equalizer. And now Shu doing the research by murdering people.
murder!
Murder?
Yeah. I've never seen him sick, and he always seems pretty lively. Illness is an equalizer. Medicine isn't. Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, basically. Although, I mean, I guess also, your ability to afford a good standard of living
is also true.
an anti-equalizer.
Yep.
You can afford to live in a cleaner place if you can hire a maid. You can afford cleaner or healthier food if you hire a nutritionist.
I mean, if you can actually like, you know, have money to do anything instead of just going to bills.
Yeah.
Like,
down with capitalism!
Which not many people can say that.
Down with capitalism!
Yeah. Whoops. I hadn't known about the doctor's injury. Kind of a bad thing to find out now.
Bad? Because it is inconvenient to your theory. You must remain just. No harm can ever come from learning more of the truth. Kind of. Yes and no.
Yeah. I guess so. Maybe it's because he's never very active, or because he never leaves the infirmary. But guess I've never really had a chance to notice his disability. If he couldn't have done it alone, it makes it seem more likely that he was working together with Yuya.
This just raises more questions to me about how Crow couldn't just smash through the window to escape at the end of Shu's route.
Because she's stupid.
True.
She's the one who's like, oh, Yuya says not to touch his desk? Let me just rifle through all his papers.
True. I like Yuya's route because MC is a little less stupid about it.
No, you like Yuya's route better than Shu's because Shu is it literally handed to you cooked for Christmas dinner.
I mean, yes, but also you don't do stupid things like, oh, I'll just clean his desk anyway. Oh, let me just ask him about the rumors that he's been killing people.
And selling them as pens in the school store.
Yeah. Like, that's pretty stupid no matter how you look at it. Like, Shu is correct at the end when he's like, you knew I was going to kill you, and yet you kept hanging around me anyway. So...
And then he asks her, Head, if she loves him.
And all of the options are yes, yes, or yes?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. That was a great route. I had so much fun.
Blasted mongrel! No good can ever come of his presence. He merely confuses the issue. Salutations. Were you gossiping about me?
Yes. Yuya!
What a pickle. I guess
What
I'm
about
the
a
topic
cucumber?
of choice among the boys as well as the girls now. Not that I mind. I'm always straight in love. Usually.
He's not straight. He is not straight at all.
I'm always straight in love. Most of the time.
Wait,
What was the line exactly?
Are any of the birds ace?
Shu.
Okay, other than the murderer, are any of the birds ace?
I mean,
and
technically
Okasai.
none of them are really talking about sex in the first place, so kind of all of them.
What'd you say?
Technically none of the birds are really talking about sex. It's all
Fair.
romantic attraction.
That's true.
So technically, to our knowledge, all of them could be ace.
True.
They're just not Aero.
Fair. But Yuya ain't straight in love.
Don't let it get to your head, mongrel. Wouldn't saying anything good about you.
That's right, Yuya. From your point of view, we were subjecting you to vile slander and ill gossips.
You're very frank, Ryota. Nothing wrong with that. What kind of slander? Perhaps you shouldn't say, lest my fragile heart shatter like a maiden's crystal glass dropped by an unkind lover.
Gosh dang it, Yuya. Like, gosh dang it. It should be
But it-
obvious what we are What?
Read the line first.
It should be obvious what we were talking about from our faces alone, but he's completely relaxed.
Okay, so what I was gonna say is, the fact he's completely relaxed, I'm like, he's definitely just doing this to fuck with them, though.
Yes, he
Like, he's
is.
doing this on purpose to throw them off guard. He's always a flirt, but in this case especially, it has a purpose.
Yeah, he's being extra flirty,
He's doing it partially to just catch them off guard.
but he's also doing it probably to piss off Sakia.
He's doing it also because it's funny. He's trolling.
Yeah. I doubt his heart is made of glass, though. Use tires, maybe. Something that is completely impervious to abuse.
Your unsolicited presence saves us the trouble of looking for you. We demand answers from you. You lied. You met Kakar in the infirmary yesterday. Did you kill her? So, you doubt me. I'd love to see your evidence.
We found her ID stained with blood in the infirmary.
You are duty-bound to answer. What did you see in the infirmary yesterday? And what did you do? Well, I can't tell you anything. Sorry. I can't say anything at all. Cease this foolishness! You know something, don't you? Do not attempt to dodge the...
Uh-oh. Scarecrow. There you go, Melik. Run, you two!
Such terrible timing. Nobody likes a man who can't read the atmosphere, Mr. Scarecrow.
Wow.
Is this the time for jokes? Run! Go!
Flutter the wings.
Ryota seems to have left us in the dust. Maybe we should hurry up a little. Well, it doesn't look like it's noticed us. I guess it's not too keen on chasing people. Your idle flirtations sicken me! Filthy mongrel!
Now.
I don't think he's trying to flirt with Sakuya right now. Considering Yuya is the one that considers Sakuya a brother.
Because they kind of are.
They're like half brothers, right?
Yes.
Do you want it to hear us? How about this? I'll go first and lure Mr. Beanpole Man towards the cafeteria. You head for the maintenance room while it's distracted, okay? You plan to act as a decoy?
Mr. Beanpole Man?
Beanpole Man. Scarecrow.
Is a scarecrow a beanpole?
Looks like a beanpole. It might be mounted onto a beanpole. I don't know. I'm not a farmer. We're not playing Stardew Valley right now. Don't think this will stop me from suspecting you. I wasn't asking you to. I've been your ally until now, so why stop now? Oh, ally? Anyway, run for it as soon as we're out of sight. Adieu.
Sakuya, you're okay. I was worried that maybe you got caught.
Indeed.
Isn't Yuya with you? You never got him to answer anything.
I do not know. He ran in the opposite direction.
We don't have much time left. I think the only thing to do is get him to talk to us and then confront the doctor.
I don't think you're gonna get, like, the trained secret agent to talk to you.
Well, they don't know he's a trained secret agent.
Yeah, they don't.
He's been helping us this whole time, but I don't know if we can still consider him our ally.
What convenient writing! Our ally. Indeed.
You've always been separated, right? So you don't really know how he usually acts, or if he'd be likely to do something like this, or...
How could I know? He and I live in different worlds. As my father said.
A whole new world.
I couldn't know. Is Sakuya Jasmine?
Yes! Yes!
I don't know if I like or dislike that.
Okay.
But I would like to now Photoshop Sakuya with a Jasmine hair braid thing. That'd be pretty fun.
Wait.
Yes?
Doesn't that make Yuya Aladdin?
No.
Who's Abu? Who's Genie?
I mean, Yuya's not really showing him this other world. That means that MC is Aladdin.
I'm an only child, so I don't really understand siblings, but I think I know how you feel about him, Sakuya.
Do not make me repeat myself. He and I have no connection. But I want to believe that he is not my enemy.
Looks like Sakuya isn't entirely sure what to think.
Character growth! Character growth!
It only took till Crow dying to give him character growth.
More than just her dying.
The prime suspects are the doctor who raided his family and his own half-brother. Why is there no new line?
Typo thing, probably.
Probably. If I were given the same situation, I wouldn't be as calm as he is. We should write in the notes and then go talk to the doctor.
What a great idea, Ryota.
Go find out exactly what happened in the infirmary. We figured out a lot of things, but there's still a lot that remains a mystery. It's 6 p.m. We don't have much time. Is it 8? Oh no, 10 it ends.
It's a 10, because it's 12 hours from when she was found.
Right. I was forgetting if it was 10 or 12 hours since she was found.
Come to think of it. Does that mean that Crow's body was never found in shoes?
They know she was dead because Shoes got hunted after for...
No. The Hawk Party knows she's dead. But...
I don't think that was the Hawk Party.
Yes, it was, because they were demanding his sample.
But I think other people would have known.
You would think they would know that the only human student suddenly stopped coming to school. But apparently they don't notice much when all these random other students just stop coming to school.
Oh, they don't care about that.
Yeah, but so in Shoes, he's like, oh, I separated you from your body. And she's clearly been in this jar for a while. It's not right after she died.
No, there was some
oh,
time
I've had
between.
it, and they were fine with this, but suddenly they're demanding the sample from me. So they've known for a while that she's dead. But in terms of the school and whoever initiates that 12 hours thing, did they never find out that she died? Did they never confirm her death?
I don't know. I would think so, but who knows?
Also, this definitely means that it is Shoes' route. He did.
Everyone's dead.
Huh?
Everyone's dead?
No, that he kills her and disposes of her body without help.
That is true.
Because in his, we know very well that he's working solo. And he managed to keep her in a jar. And do his experiments and stuff on her and dispose of the body and everything. Apparently very well.
Can we solve this and get out alive in only 4 hours?
Yeah.
Alright, let's go, Saki. Huh? Sakia?
Your friend already left, young one.
Huh? Why didn't you say so earlier? He's planning to confront the doctor alone.
Oh, no. Father is of the pure bloodline, and so his life is of the utmost value. By extension, the doctor who saved his life must also be valuable. I must not disrespect him, because that is what father told me. My brother, born of a low father, is a worthless being. Oh, interesting.
Same mother.
Yeah. Interesting. And again, considering how apparently, like, pure blood racist his father is, that's not that shocking, I guess, that he didn't have a child with a not full blood for Yuya. So I guess that kind of makes sense. Though he looks noble, his veins flow with filthy, impure blood. I must not associate with those of low birth, because that is what father told me. But I am no longer sure. What is blood? Why does it divide us so?
Character development!
Yay!
Oh, hello again, Shirogane.
Where is the doctor?
He said he was going back to the infirmary. Maybe he forgot something there?
Thank you.
You're going right after him? Don't you want any tea? Well, be careful. He looked rather troubled. I hope he's alright.
Well, it looks like she was going to get his wish to see the foundations crumble. Doctor! Mr. Shirogane. You look quite fatigued. Kazuaki's not in this scene. What are you yawning for?
He's drinking some tea and falling asleep.
He's in a different room. Is he yawning so loudly that you can hear him from halfway across the school?
Knowing him, probably.
Would you care to rest for a little while?
In the dead beds?
You! You are wrong, are you not, sir? Whatever could you mean? I wish to learn the truth. What did you and Sakazaki do? Which of you decided to kill Kaka? That's not something to say without proof, Mr. Shirogane. But then, we have but little time left. Perhaps I shall explain things to you. I did not kill Miss Kaka. This is the truth. Of course. How could I let myself be swayed by idle rumors? The doctor could not possibly carry out such an atrocity.
I cannot wait until we finish this.
Mr. Sakazaki did not kill her either. Which raises the question, who did? Sakazaki admitted that he was involved in the crime. He cannot possibly be?
I merely said that he did not kill her. I did not say he wasn't involved. Of course, the same applies to myself.
The two of you did not kill her, but were involved? But then, who did kill her? Also, why are you confessing this to me?
Oh, dear me. This won't do. Talking to you makes me feel like I'm about to fall asleep.
He's not talking to Kazuaki.
I suppose these are the limits of a mere mongrel.
Oh.
What did he just say? Doctor,
Could you be quiet for a minute, Mr. Shirogane? You bore me.
Oh.
Filthy, low-born mongrel.
What? What are you saying, sir? I am not like Saka.
You did well. Thanks to you, Mr. Kawara has found almost everything he needs. Just one more push, and he'll be done. Thank you, Mr. Shirogane.
Shit. A glint of white steel. His left wing slowly traces an arc through the air. I'm dying. I'm dying. What did he say? Why was I left behind? I can't think. I think that's still me. Dot, 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 dot. Dot, 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 dot. Dot, 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 dot. Sakazaki! Stop that, Issa. I told you not to touch my brother.
Wait, do you see that?
Hmm?
Look at his wing.
I know.
Okay.
I know. Who do you think took the hit? He was clearly swinging the cleaver just now. I don't know why you're acting surprised.
So probably something more fun than a cleaver.
It was a glint of white steel. It sounded the same as the cleaver he used in his own route to kill Crow. Same arc and everything. I suspect he uses the same weapon over and over. He's familiar with it, probably.
That's just unsanitary.
Suddenly, Sakazaki Yuya blocks out the sun. Yeah. He's a doctor. He can clean it. He cleans all his shit. Blood spreading across the floor. I am unhurt. Who's... Your wing!
Such beautiful brotherly love, Mr. Sakazaki. You were the real hero all along.
Also, who's Iza? Iza?
Is he a member of Organization 13?
Shut up, you!
I only promised that I wouldn't tell other people. Not that I wouldn't tell him himself. Or that I wouldn't kill him. And after all that work to steal records from Mr.
You've always been like this. Coward and villain to the core.
Oh, such flattery.
What are you doing, Doctor? Why? Why are you doing this?
I told you. Remember? You bore me. Now that you have helped Mr. Kawara as much as you can, I have no more use for you. Why should I put up with your babbling now that I am done with you?
I do not understand, sir. What did you and Sakazaki?
This is exactly what I'm talking about. I have no responsibility to explain to you. Goodbye, Mr. Shirogane.
No. Don't move, Sakuya.
Sakuya!
Oh, Mr. Kawara. We were just discussing you.
Yuya standing over Sakuya, blood running down his body.
I wish they were a little clearer when they switch narrators.
Yes. The doctor standing next to them. There is no question about what's happening. Or what's happened. Doctor! So it was you all along?
Was it? I wonder about that.
Pull yourself together, Sakazaki! Say something!
Don't worry. He won't die just yet. I'm sure you'll enjoy a confession or two. So ask him all you want.
I wonder if it's actually flipped. That Sakazaki was the pure blood.
Wait, Doctor! Oh!
Oh, it's a different crash.
The scarecrow!
There you are, Labor 9. I was waiting for you. Come. Let us go.
Labor 9? Is that the scarecrow's name? So, he was working under the doctor this whole time.
Just a little more, Mr. Kawara. Do you think you'll remember soon?
Stop running away! You killed Crow. I'll never forgive you.
I'm glad you're so lively.
Unlike Nageki.
That's good.
Unlike Yuya. Right now. Who's about to be killed by Shu again.
Won't be served like chicken dinner.
Well, he won't be served this time.
I shall be waiting for you. Deep beneath the surface. Chase me, Mr. Kawara.
I reach out. I can't reach. The doctor and the scarecrow are gone. Well then.
Don't go chasing after the bean pull man. on your own, Ryota. A good man keeps his cool, even in times like this. Don't speak! You're still bleeding! Don't worry. Who the hell do you think I am?
Language.
I'll be fine. I know my limits better than anyone else. I won't die to a little scalpel. Oh, it was a scalpel and not a cleaver. Getting whacked with a cleaver would have been bad, but...
There are plenty of bandages here. Saku, wait here. I'll go get Mr. Leon.
Wait, Ryota. I have things to tell you. Can you wait long enough to hear my confession? Like the doctor said, there's no time to waste. So let me tell you everything I can. This might be our last chance.
Dun dun dun.
It's too late, Sakazaki. If you weren't involved, why didn't you tell us before? We had a deal. Of course, he broke it without a second thought.
Of course.
The doctor and I did not kill her. That is the truth.
But then why did he...
She died in this room after school yesterday. That is also the truth. Then there was someone else? Yes. Right as always, Sakuya.
And that third... Oh, excuse me. And that third person killed Crow? Who was it?
I'm sorry. I can't tell you that. I think you'll figure it out. I have to apologize to you. The doctor and I were the ones who cut her up.
It's not that surprising, Sakia. Come on.
I mean, he has a lot of things shocking him today.
It's true.
So I would forgive him for being shocked where he might not be.
So you stuffed her into those boxes?
It was the time. The doctor needed to be sure of when she'd be found. He decided morning would be give time for the most humans to gather. I suppose he probably thought putting her in the print boxes was funny, too.
The most humans? Why would...
Looks like I've stayed on the fence to the very end. I didn't have the resolve to go either way. Was he a double agent? If only things had been a little different. I thought you said you'd be fine! Are you worried for me? I'm honored. You go outside for a bit, Ryota. We'll go to the maintenance office afterwards. Just for a little. I want to talk to Sakuya alone. You have a new father now, Yuya. He has a beautiful mansion, and you'll be moving there tomorrow. But your new father says he doesn't want your brother. He says he can only feed you if you leave the egg behind. Mother is sad. He is her son, too. I will go. I will throw my brother away. Mother, give me the egg. A new father killed my father. I know he did. He killed him so he could take Mother from him.
I didn't remember that. Oh boy.
I waited until she laid a new egg. Until she laid an egg with the new father's child inside. I had hid him away in the mansion. Ooh.
Uh-huh.
And I switched them. So he will raise my brother as his own son. The new father hates me. But he will love my brother. He will give him nice food, and nice clothes, and a nice bed. My brother will not know. No one will know but me. I hate the new father. I took the new egg, and I smashed it.
So now we know.
They're full brothers.
They are full brothers.
Also, apparently, I mean, not that shocking, but apparently, Sakuya's father is an abusive ass shit who is also a murderer.
Yeah, it's not that surprising.
The murder part is the surprising part. The abusive shit part is not. I've always thought that maybe I should have told you. The doctor did not lie. You're the same as me, Sakuya. We were never half brothers. You are my real brother. Impossible! I am the heir of the LaBelle family! Father told me so. Everyone told me so. I was raised for no other purpose. I never told anyone that I'd switched the eggs. If Father found out now, he'd throw you away. I did it for you. No, maybe I didn't. Maybe I just did it to spite that man. I killed the child he had with Mother. That was the cost I had to bear. It was never your fault. I was happy just to see you there in luxury. But you! Under what authority? No, you're right. I never listened to myself. But the doctor noticed. He must have realized. I guess I was doing what he said all along. Since I took your lineage. The fact that I killed LaBelle, the other father's child, will never leave me. I've never been able to forget. If you're blamed for that child's death, you have to press on. You can't let it stop you. I always worried about whether I should tell you or not. And now it's too late. So... Fool! To deny me my lineage now! I'm sorry, Sakuya. I should have told you long ago. I was never as sure of myself as you. If I am not the LaBelle line, what am I? You can ask that. Straightforward as always. Leave this place, Sakuya, and think about it long and hard. You have a lot more to worry about than just who your family is, after all. No! Wait, Sakazaki! Stay with me! There's still much for you to tell me! It's been a long time since we talked this much. I talked to you every day when you were still an egg. Pull yourself together, Yuya! You can't leave me like this! You said a little scalpel like that couldn't kill you!
He called him Yuya.
I should apologize about that, too. Remember the headmaster? That was nerve toxin. You mean that scalpel had... Go on, Saki. Leave your liar brother and go. The doctor must have a way out of here. You are yourself. Never let anyone tie you down. Later, buddy. Yuya! Yuya! Yes, he is calling him Yuya.
I am on the verge of tears right now. Even though I knew that was going to happen.
I'm not, but probably because I had to keep switching voices.
Yeah.
And just keeping up the labored, I'm dying tone of voice.
But now I know what you always wanted to tell him.
Yes. I mean, I'm not that shocked that he's not pure blood. It seemed to suggest it at the end of his true end anyway.
Yeah.
But good to know for sure.
But now it's 6th class.
Now we're already an hour and a half in almost. Shockingly.
Yeah.
Just on the 5th class.
Yeah.
Although I had to read that slowly.
You did. It's 6 p.m. I haven't had much of a sense of time passing since the dome appeared, but it's already evening.
Also, god damn it, Shu killed Yuya again! How dare he?
The atmosphere in the maintenance office is tense. The doctor said he'd be waiting deep beneath the surface. Does this building have a basement?
No, but the medical center does. Certainly not one that appears on the official plans. But maybe.
Under the medical center? But that one's blocked off with concrete.
It does not seem to me that the medical center is an entirely independent building. There may well be a path from this building into the basement there. Is there anywhere that you might have missed something?
Missed something. Or forgotten something. Somewhere I forgot to look? Oh. That's right. The encyclopedia from the library in the medical center. And the chronology and the medical records. I'd like to talk to Nageki again.
You've thought of something?
Yeah, I need to go check. Sakia.
Talk.
He hasn't spoken since what happened in the infirmary.
For good reason!
Yeah. I can't blame him. I know how he feels.
No, you don't.
Better to leave him alone.
No, you definitely don't, Ryota. You don't know anything. Is this me?
I don't know.
Question marks?
Mm.
I guess it's the spirit-looking thing.
Yeah. I know. I'm worried about it too. Oh, okay. You're fading again. Where are you? Nageki. you are. What is it? I found out a lot about the school. And about you. I see. I suppose you know who I am then? Sort of, but there are things I need to ask you. That's why I'm here. The fire 5 years ago and the dome today. How are they related? I get you must know something about the secrets the school holds. You aren't really here anymore, are you? That might be so. Or it might not. I saw in the school records, it says you died 5 years ago in an accident at the medical center. ... I had become aware of that. I stopped my own clock here. That's why I can never leave. You stopped your... In other words, at the very least, I took my life through my own will.
Huh.
I am almost sure of that. So you didn't die in the accident? He hangs his head in silence. Looks like he can't remember everything from before he died. I need a clue. There must be a basement under the medical center, and I need to get in there. Oh, that's right. Encyclopedia. The encyclopedia? You used to go to the medical center, right? Did you switch one of the encyclopedias from there with one here? Why would... That's what I want to know! I guess I should just tell him. Look, you know how the encyclopedias here are out of order? There are 2 copies of Volume 9 and no Volume 6.
That's not out of order. That's just 2 copies
Shush.
of Volume 9 and no Volume 6.
Shush, he's dumb. The medical center has the same encyclopedias? Yeah, there are 2 copies of 6 there and no 9. How disorderly. Yeah. Anyway, one of the copies of Volume 6 there has a library sticker on it. So someone must have taken it from here. Switch the encyclopedias. Dot, 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 dot. Mr. Kawara, try reading this copy of Volume 9. Looking's worth 1,000 spoken words, I guess. Huh? This isn't right. It looks like just another book when it's closed, but it's a box? It's full of files. Some sort of documents? They're all from 5 years ago. These must have been... What does it say? That one. Let's see... Operation Hatoful. This is talking about using carrier individuals as biological weapons? To fight humans? It has the same title as the file in the headmaster's office. But I never expected anything like this. Meaning, this school has been being used for biological weapon development for at least 5 years? 2180. New strains of Sumatera influenza isolated. 2183. A new strain has been isolated from Fujishiro Nageki. It is lethal to humans and has been named Charon virus. It has entered research at St. Pagination's Medical Center. Charon virus? Humans I met would always get very sick.
Oh. Is this why he killed himself?
Are you remembering something? Yes. I think so. I think I was the one who brought that book here. The birds with me in the medical center often did secret things in the reference room. I wanted to tell someone. Tell someone important what was happening in the center. What was it? My family? It must have been my family. ... That's right. I burned. I had to disappear. Why didn't I notice? Did I your help to see?
Probably did I need your help?
He paces nervously in circles, rambling on to himself. If you realize something, it would help me to know what it is. I've remembered what happened here 5 years ago. Also making me cry. I can't remember my parents' faces. I lived in an orphanage with other birds my age since before I could remember. I never thought much of it at the time, but apparently every birdie there was a war orphan. But I did not resent the humans who had started the war. I did not care. I thought that living with other chicks and no parents was as natural as could be. One day, the endless routine was broken, and some humans broke into the orphanage. They had guns and kept shouting, "Free humanity, free humanity." I think that's what they said. They barricaded themselves in our house and killed us one at a time. I was helpless. Could only hide in the corner and weep as my family was killed before my eyes. I didn't know how much time had gone by since they came. When I looked around the silent room, they were all collapsed on the floor. Birds had come to save us. They had come and killed the evil humans. That was what I thought. But you have been granted a great power. You are one of the chosen few. I left the orphanage with one remaining sibling, and we lived in an apartment. But I was weak and couldn't go to school or get a job. I was nothing but a burden.
Aww.
And then I received the invitation. We wish to welcome you with special treatment. How would you like to study? It's frozen. At the world's foremost avian school. We will provide anything you need. Anything at all. There's a hospital in the school grounds. We will provide a room for you to live there. You shall receive all the care you require. I was living with my brother. I did not want to leave him. But if I continued to live with him, I would only hold him down. He was happy to hear that I would have a chance to improve my physical condition. And so I enrolled in St. Pagination's. I was still weak, and so I often stayed in my room. I had no friends, but I was not unhappy. The nurses and the faculty were all very kind to me. And then, early in my first summer vacation, the doctor made a proposal to me. This vacation is the perfect opportunity. W. Would you like to undergo intensive treatment? You will have to stay inside for some time, but by the end of summer, you should be as healthy as any other bird in the school. And so began a long summer in the underground facility. First, a routine of daily examinations and numerous medications. And then the experiments began. The experiments to kill humans. A human will be brought to me. They would struggle and gasp. And then, with a last painful sigh, they would stop moving. I knew why I was brought here. Living in my body was a virus deadly to humans in a matter of minutes.
That means the only way he could befriend a crow was as a ghost.
What?
The only way he could befriend a crow is as a ghost.
Yeah.
That's really sad.
But everything I'm reading is sad.
I know.
My parents, whose faces I never knew, were killed by humans.
Is every character gonna have a thing like this?
I doubt it.
Seems like a lot of them have.
Because, I mean, Angel's was they basically just washed away with, he has megalomania. Okusan's
Okay.
Okusan.
Well, Oko-san is barely in this at all. Who knows? Maybe he'll come back as Lord Putty.
Everyone else in the orphanage was killed by humans. I'm sorry to everyone who's watching that this got super depressing really soon. And in return, I killed another human with each experiment. Simply by standing in the same room as me. By breathing the same air as me.
Where did they find all of these human subjects?
They would collapse. I couldn't stand it. I had no reason not to hate them, but watching them die in front of me shaved away at my heart little by little.
That's traumatic.
And so I decided to end it all. Yeah, that would. I had only one wish. I wanted to disappear from this world without a trace. That's a good reason to kill himself, honestly.
And set the medical center on fire so that his entire body is burned away so there's no trace of it.
The Charon virus. The deadly guest that made its home in my body. This is what they called it. No doubt they were searching for a way to destroy humanity with that virus. That was Operation Hatoful? Yes.
It's Hatoful, by the way.
Whatever.
No,
I'll
it's
always say...
Huh?
I'll always never remember to say it correctly.
Yes, but if we're gonna read it as hurtful, the way you're saying it would be hurtful. Which is why I'm correcting you.
I'll never remember to say it correctly.
It's not that hard!
It's me.
It's not that hard. It literally says hurtful boyfriend in front of your face all the time.
Right now it does.
So you should be able to remember.
That's why I burned it all 5 years ago. There should have been nothing left, but I am not here. But maybe, just maybe, there's still something left somewhere. I can feel him close by. My Mr. Kawara. Are you going to the basement? I don't have a choice. To find a way out of here alive and to find out why they killed Crow, I need to ask the doctor. I see. That encyclopedia. What else is inside? Oh. A piece of paper folded up along with the files. This is a map of the medical center.
How convenient.
When I was there, I went in through the medical center. But it must connect to the main building somewhere near here. That looks like the gym, so those stairs are... I believe it is in the chemistry preparation room. The researchers often went in there. The doctor's beneath the preparation room? Thank you, Nageki. I have to go. Yes. I think you'll be seeing me again, and... Miss Kakao as well. Dun dun dun!
Wow, that was much faster than the 5th class.
See?
See?
And we're about to go to the medical center. A staircase in the preparation room. I've never noticed one. I wonder where it could be. If the scarecrow went down there with the doctor, it would need to be a pretty big opening. We'll have to go and look. 7 p.m. already? We only have 3 hours to overwhelm with bloodthirsty humans. We don't know for sure if there's an escape route in the basement, but it's our best bet. Maybe we should get everybody from the gym to come with us as soon as we find the stairs.
Leave that to me.
Mr. Leone!
I'll take care of the other students. Don't worry, I'm not a massive Asian for nothing.
Well then, thank you, Mr. One. Oh, whatever. You aren't going with him, sir? I'm going to come with you, Kawara. We never know what could happen. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. I am your homeroom teacher, after all. You've done such a good job so far. I want to be there to help you if things get dangerous. What about you, Sakuya?
You two go ahead. I'll catch up with you.
Right. Okay. We're gonna get out of here. Together, okay? Too much has happened today for both Saki and me. I don't know what's on his mind, and he doesn't seem interested in telling me, but if he wants to be alone, that's for the best. Guess it's the two of us then, Mr. Nanaki.
This is so relaxing for me. You're doing all of the reading.
Yeah, I know. Are you happy? If something bad happens, one of us can come back to warn you and the others, Mr. Leon.
Understood.
Everyone gets to hear my terrible voice acting.
Should I take over narrator from you?
No.
Okay.
You're gonna have enough lines soon enough if we go to the doctor.
True.
Commence Operation Breakout it is, then.
Alright, I'm the villain.
Not so fast. Angel? What does he want now? We don't have time for messing around. How do you think that was pronounced?
Textoris?
Textoris Melodia Funus?
I think Funus, but I don't know because I never learned Latin. But Textoris sounds more correct to me
travel now
than
to
Textoris.
You travel now to the Abyss of Despair, do you not? The Abyss of Despair? I sense demon spores far greater in power than even those released by the Tree of Light. I cannot allow you to face the dark sorcerer Wallenstein alone. The Wallenstein guy's a doctor, right? Okay, we're coming for you, Wallenstein. Wait, Angel, we need to be careful. Wait! He certainly is lively. Let's go. I am getting the vocal workout today.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the first time I've been in here. It's kind of bland. Isn't this where Shu locked Crow at one point?
Yeah. When they said the preparation room for chem, that she gets locked in the chem, like, storage room or whatever?
Yeah.
In Kazuaki's route, yeah.
Yes. Not a very friendly room, but not distasteful either. This place is flooded with demon spores. Any good bird would normally avoid it.
Wait, I'm, like, checking over my, like, list of characters that I voice, and I'm like, this one's dead, this one's crazy, this one's essentially dead, this one's dead, this one's evil, these two are extras.
I told you. I remember telling you, like, a while ago, like, I'm gonna get a lot of speaking in
yes,
the
that was
secret
from
end,
the
and you're like,
beginning.
what are you talking about?
I mean, it's fine. I'm just like, wow, half my characters are either dead or incapacitated.
And all of my characters who I didn't voice for the longest time are now central.
Yep.
Yeah. Can you think of anything, sir?
But if your voice gets tired, let me know. I'll take over narrator or something.
Nah, I'm fine.
Alright.
Like a hidden door or...
If you need to pause for water or anything too, let me know.
Okay. I should probably in like 15 minutes go get a drink.
Alright.
I don't come here very much, so... Oh, I also... no, I'll do it later. I need to do trash at some point.
Okay, at the end of this scene, go get your thing
Yeah,
to
I'll
drink
quick
and
do
whatever.
trash.
We'll take a quick break.
Yeah.
I'll refill my coffee.
Do you feel a draft? A draft? There are no windows in here. It must be coming from the basement. Be silent, my crimson breast. We must hold it back, or the eulogy? Yeah, that's eulogy.
Yes, eulogy.
The eulogy of doom will. Gate of Erebus, guide me to the abyss. Wait, calm down, Angel. You can't.
Yes, he can.
Oh, there it is. So it's behind the mirror all along. He's a lot more clever than he acts, isn't he? Even if he does spout nonsense whenever he opens his beak. Let us proceed. Texturus Melodia Funis. The Master of the Abyss awaits us below. The long, dark staircase winds downwards behind the mirror. How far does it go? This basement itself should be pretty big. This is sort of like the entrance into a subway tunnel. Let's go. Very impressive. This is a lot fancier than I expected.
This reminds me of some sci-fi shit. Actually, no. Specifically, it reminds me because I just watched Ant-Man and the Wasp like a week ago or something. It reminds me of like the cannon thingy.
The what?
Wait, did you watch Ant-Man and the Wasp?
Did I watch what?
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Now, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, it looks like that thingy. Also, my old apartment makes an appearance in that movie, and so my roommate and I have declared that we made a cameo.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Our balcony's in it. That means we're in it.
I never knew this huge place was underneath the school. This facility has been used for research to kill humans since the school was founded. Crow, none of us ever knew. We lived our carefree lives with all this going on beneath our feet. I don't see any birdie. I wonder if it's closed now. Yeah, it's clean and orderly, but I don't get the feeling that it's still in use. There was a fire somewhere down here 5 years ago, and since then the whole facility's been shut down.
Shut up.
Shut up. Shut down. Whatever. Shut left, shut right, shut diagonally. Whatever. I suppose they froze whatever project they were working on. Hey, Angel? What? Which way do you think we should go to find the doctor? That would be... my crimson breast murmurs. The Midnight Hunter approaches. Couldn't you have said so earlier?
They didn't hear it earlier?
Nope.
I feel like here especially, they should have heard the echoing or something from him moving.
If we don't get past him, we can't go on. We cannot reach Wallenstein without first defeating his dark servants. This trial cannot be avoided. But all we've ever managed to do is run away from this thing. How can we... We can't get anywhere just by running away. Do we have some sort of weapon? Any sort of weapon? Weapon? I do have the stun gun, Mr. Liam lent me. Will it even work on a scarecrow?
Now, don't you wish it was a shotgun?
Maybe not at normal outputs. But it looks like a living creature, so I doubt it would be completely unaffected. The Midnight Hunter is a hound bred from the Black Void. We must purify it with holy water.
Cool.
Oh, yes, that's a good idea. What? What did he even say? There's a fire hose on the wall there. If we time it right... Mr. Nanaki wobbles towards the wall and pulls out the hose.
Wobble, wobble.
Of course. Ready? He points the hose at the scarecrow and opens the mouth. Angel, sir, get back.
Why is he... Oh, no. Okay.
Angel, sir.
I was like...
Not Angel, sir. I set the stun gun to maximum and hurl it at the scarecrow. collapses with an unpleasant noise. Its electrified metal arm twitches for a moment, but then it is still. We did it! Electricity is a powerful thing indeed. The thunderous voice of doom, judgment has come. Goodbye, Mr. Scarecrow. Onwards.
I'm still not convinced that that's not a crow.
Okay. Yeah.
Disgraceful. What am I doing here? The bell is not allowed hesitation. No. I have not even the right to claim that restriction anymore. Yuya. Foolish. No, not ish at all. I am a fool. I've been pampered my entire life, while in my shadow he crawled along under the weight of a crime of which only he knew. I have been nothing but vain and selfish. What should I do, Yuya? Cool! It is Sakuya! Sakuya is here! Leave! No one wanted you to come here. Cool! Everyone is leaving! It is a grand, daring escape! Cool! Sakuya will find Ryuta with Opa-san! Away we go! Shut up! Don't talk to me! Cool? Sakuya weeps? No! I do not! It's raining! Cool! Is Sakuya in pain? That is bad! We must do something about it! Cool! Oka-san use healing touch! Confound you! Must I repeat? Oka-san knows. Oka-san heard that Yuya has gone somewhere far, far away. We will never see him again. So, they told you. Cool! Do not worry. If we cannot meet him, we need only chase after him. Do you have any idea what you're saying?
I love Oka-san.
Death is not a good place to chase someone to. No doubt the older breeds have no concept of death. Chase Yuya into the grave? What kind of fool would... Cool! Oka-san knows the earth is a ball, so if we run far enough, we will find him! What foolishness. Speaking with mongrels makes my head hurt. Except that I'm a mongrel too. Poor mongrels who do not notice even their own error, that is. Cool! Oka-san is not a mongrel! Cool! Sakuya and Yuya and Oka-san all have their own wonderful names. Names more important than any breed. Is that your argument? That isn't even... You are yourself. Never let anyone tie you down. ... I am myself? Cool! It is time to go! Oka-san and friend are late! Cool! Kick Grease into the curb! Time to blast out of this prison and find Yuya! Oko is always brimming with useless energy as he was. Am I the same, perhaps? We'll never see him again, no matter how far we run. But if he were here now, what would he do? What would he want me to do? At any rate, moping around here won't get us anywhere. 2 more hours. I will chase after him. I will never find him. But I will find myself. Let us go, Oko. There is nothing more for us here. Character development!
Yeah!
Cool, cool! Sakuya is best when he acts cool. After Ryota, full speed ahead!
You said Okasana's not important.
I think you were the one who said that he's not important here.
Should we take a break for a little bit?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Yeah, be right back.
Like, I don't know, how long is it gonna take you? 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Something like that?
Probably not even. Probably more like probably 10 at most.
Alright. Well, we'll be back in like 10 minutes if anyone's still listening and watching.
Melix might still be here. Maybe.
It says 2 years. I don't know.
Melik might still be here.
Maybe. Well, I'll still be here, so.
But anyone still
Give
here,
a
go
shout if you're still
bathroom,
here.
get
We can chat
drink.
without Sharky.
Man. But like people go bathroom, get drinks, stretch a little
Yes,
bit.
bio break and
Especially-
stuff.
Yeah, like especially if you've been sitting too long. Like
We will
I have.
be back.
Yeah. What?
Okay, we're back. We're back.
Oh, we're back on stream?
Huh?
What?
I just set us back. But, you know, if you were gonna say hello so dramatically, you should have given me a warning so I could unmute you so that Malik could also enjoy you saying hello in the voice of Angel, I guess.
Hey, I did that perfectly because it was just like, oh, there's Angel on screen. I could just go, hello. It's my most Batman-esque voice, apparently.
Yes. Yes, I was about to say. That was very, like, Batman. Are you the knight?
I am the, what does he call himself?
The Crimson Angel of Judeca?
Oh, yeah. I am the Crimson Angel of Judeca, not the Knight.
Okay, Crimson Angel. Read your line.
The demon spores are thick in the air. I smell the stench of the sorcerer. I feel a little nervous relying on Angel's bizarre intuition alone, but it's worked so far, and we're in a hurry. Is he actually following the doctor by his scent? Or was that just an angelism? That's some very advanced equipment in here. And these documents look fairly new. Maybe this place is still in use? There's a register of names left open on one desk. Maybe it's a student register? Look, your name's here too, Angel. The Dark Grimoire. I feel the tendrils of imminent tragedy. They have notes on some of the students too, under Higure. Yeah. He acts as a neurotransmitter when excited. He seems to produce intoxicating or hallucinogenic pheromones. Physical exertion acts as a stimulant.
Ah, that's how he sweeps other people in. With hallucinogenic pheromones.
So basically, he makes everyone super high.
Yes.
Got it.
Angel is basically walking LSD, I guess.
Bird LSD.
Yes.
The pheromones cause others to temporarily lose control of themselves, but its usefulness is limited, not clearly applicable to combat.
Apparently, Shu is resistant to drugs.
With how many he's probably used in his lifetime?
Well, I doubt he uses them on himself. He usually uses them on other people.
Hey, you're your very own test subject.
Shu wouldn't be that reckless.
I shall not allow the sorcerer to make me his pawn. I am the Crimson Angel of Judeca, destined to wander this earth alone. I'm not sure what he's talking about, but he sounds and looks unexpectedly heroic. It looks like all the students who are invited here have some sort of physical idiosyncrasy. How did you enroll, Kawara?
By having constant stomach issues.
How? I was invited too. I don't know why. Yours is just a bunch of numbers. I wonder if it's the explanation of something like Higure's. No, the black miasma of inevitable doom draws near. We are approaching the gate of the abyss. I feel its foul wind. Let's go. The doctor's waiting for us. Could you wait a minute, Kawara? What is it, sir? We're almost done. We need to... I want to ask you something first, Kawara. You lied, Did not you?
Did you not?
Yes. Huh? Lied? Me? I don't know why you would lie about that. Or maybe you forgot? Even though it was just yesterday.
Plot twist. He was actually the one who killed Crow.
Yesterday? After school? Like I said to Satya, I don't know anything about it. We have to ask the doctor. I see. Let's go on then.
Is the thing he forgot that he's actually the killer?
Mr. Nanaki follows Angel down towards the innermost room. I've been trying to find the truth about Crow's death since this morning. Why would I lie? Maybe Mr. Nanaki misunderstood something? But that seems too simple. In contrast to the rooms above, this area is dark and filthy. Looks a little burnt too. This must be where the fire was 5 years ago. I feel like I can smell the soot just by looking at the walls here. Nageki threw himself into the sea of fire here to end the experiments. I wonder what I would have done in his place. Would I have ended it all like him, or...
You're late, Mr. Kawara. I have grown tired of waiting.
The Dark Sorcerer Wallenstein. Doctor. It wasn't just Crow. You killed the headmaster as well. If it weren't for you, the boy who went outside wouldn't have been... Why are you doing this?
Must I repeat myself? I told you before. I merely disassembled Miss Kaka after the fact. I did not kill her.
Do you think I care?
It would appear that you need some assistance. I told you before, but you should already have everything you need to answer your question. Who killed Kaka Crow?
Do not listen to the Dark Sorcerer's words. Textoris Melodia Funis. He will lay a spell on you.
Perhaps the peanut gallery could keep its thoughts to itself.
What? An iron grill drops behind me. Like an evil wizard's portcullis. I'm cut off.
I think he means a dark sorcerer.
Brunch. Oh dear, we appear to be shut in. No, the dark spell. What are you doing?
Nothing at all. I simply have no business with them. I was waiting for you, Mr. Kawara. Now, let us return to our conversation. Our conversation about the truth you seek.
You have done unbelievably cruel things, Doctor. You were involved in the medical center here, too. Nothing you can say to me will change my mind.
How tenacious of you. But you are lacking in logic. What I may or may not have done has little to do with the truth of my words. I was employed at this facility from the beginning. No doubt you have already deduced that I was working on Operation Hatoful.
Operation Hatoful. The plan to wipe out humanity with the Charon virus.
Precisely. Oh, it does make me so happy when students read ahead and come prepared for the lecture.
This isn't college.
You are exemplary. The strain we isolated from the original host was extremely powerful. Quite possibly the deadliest in human history. However, strains of such lethality tend to be fragile themselves. Charon virus was no exception. It cannot last very long outside of a host's body. In order to deliver it to the enemy, we would have had to send live carriers into their society and allowed it to spread via airborne infection. This proved troublesome. Charon virus, in addition to being harmless to birds, is ill-equipped to establish itself in our bodies. Udishiranageki, the original host, had a rare genetic condition which resulted in a slightly compromised immune system. In his body alone was Charon able to safely reside. Alas, he refused to cooperate.
You forced him to kill human prisoners. If it weren't for your experiments, he would have never killed himself.
I have a guess where this is going.
Shush. Keep going.
I mean, it's only a guess.
I know,
Indeed.
but I think I know what your guess is going to be.
It had not occurred to us that the tests of the strain's effects would harm his mental health. We expected that he would be glad of the chance to avenge himself on
Malik
humanity.
also has a guess.
But sadly, it was not so, and we lost our sample.
I think I know your guess too, Malik, from the little bit that you've seen, and probably keep it to yourself too until we get past it.
The project was put on indefinite hold with his death. But thankfully, we did not lose his corpse in its entirety. I preserved his remains and have kept them to this day. I have been waiting for a new carrier to arrive.
Yeah, good job, Malik. Good job. It sounds like this was a very labor-intensive project. Wasn't there a better way?
Quite right.
Now you get all the talking.
I digress a little.
I mean, it's a monologue.
Yeah.
But there was a reason for our methods. It did not take me long to come up with a better plan. We need only compromise a subject's immune system, creating a compatibility like Fujishiro Nageki's.
Compromise the immune system? They die.
Indeed. Even if the subject were to become a carrier for the Charon virus, if they died to some other infection, it would all be for naught. Which is why I was very careful with who I chose. I worked on the subject over time, slowly weakening his immune system. I suppose I should count myself lucky that I achieved my goal in only a year. You are an exemplary student, Mr. Kawara. I give you full marks.
Full marks? My head hurts. Almost as if some strange creature is wriggling about deep inside my brain.
Are you okay, Ryota? Mr. Nanaki said you were coming here, so I wanted to make sure you were all right.
Crow came to the infirmary to see me?
You have come this far. I am sure you can answer this. What was it that you forgot?
Everything's hazy. I think my stomach is acting up again. I drink the medicine Dr. Iwamine gives me and lie down. But my body still feels heavy. I'm tired.
Are you okay, Ryota?
Yeah, I'm fine now.
Mr. Nanaki said you were coming here, so I wanted to make sure you were all right.
Crow's reaching towards me.
Want to go home? I'll walk you.
Her hand stops. Crow falls to her knees, clutching her chest.
Ryota, I can't breathe.
Oh. She can't breathe. This is bad. My mother said to get home early. Everything feels strange. Almost like it's a dream. I need to go home. Goodbye, Crow. See you tomorrow.
Ew.
She fell down before my eyes. And then
The experiment was a resounding success. Miss Kakab displayed the archetypal symptoms of a human infected with Charon virus. It passed away. Once the virus is inside a human body, it shuts down the respiratory system in a matter of minutes. Technically speaking, it causes an overreaction of the immune system, which leads to widespread apoptosis in the lungs. But more simply, any human who comes into contact with you will die. You see?
you're lying. Crow and I were together since we were children.
Of course. I only administered the live virus to you yesterday. All the things I have done to you over the past year have been in preparation for it.
So how much of your guess was correct?
From the looks of it, all of it. Including
Which is
the
why-
scarecrow.
Do you recognize this?
Also, Malik, how much of your guess was correct based on what we found out? The Scarecrow's head?
Yes. Alas, the body is now useless, but I shall tell you about Labor 9, the being you call the Scarecrow. It is one of the Labor model new humans, developed by Dove Party researchers, but denounced as unethical.
Which is why I kind of told you guys, like, yeah, we'll get to it real soon, basically. Because I knew you guys were literally going to be right.
Have advanced quickly, but our physical capabilities are still far behind those of the human race. These new creatures were livestock, if you will, to compensate for that. The Labor series was a great step towards the beautiful ideal of coexistence with humans. With a human's head mounted inside an artificial body, they were durable and capable of difficult tasks. Of course, they never entered development, the project having been shut down early due to ethical complaints. However, I don't give a shit about ethics. So I carried on the Dove Party researchers' will and created this prototype. Because
I
I
knew you were going to do something
a
like
piece
that.
of shit to be my sidekick. We didn't want too many other people snooping around and disrupting your investigation. So I had it patrol the building. And now, the next question. What is inside this bag?
A human's head?
No. Close. But you have to be more specific. I believe we had Miss Kaka's head sent to your classroom, but did you notice anything missing?
Missing? Oh my
The
gosh,
perfect
Malik, I love
pun.
you.
Thank you. Amazing.
I love you.
Thank you, Malik.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. When I found her in the box, I was too shocked to be looking for clues.
You gotta stop laughing for this part.
I know. Malik said that at a time where it's the most, like, serious.
But the best pun.
I may well have missed something. Wait. He doesn't mean... Crow's brain?
I called it forever ago!
Why do you think I wasn't answering? I specifically was not answering questions when I'm like, crap, she's right. How do I respond?
I was right since half a week ago. Haha! I'm smart. Sometimes.
Correct. Do catch on quickly. Miss Caca did come to meet you quite frequently. Of course, having been placed in labor 9, she has lost much of her personality.
But she kept trying to say something.
Well, how appropriate that I have been voicing the Scarecrow.
You do realize that's kind of why I wanted you to voice it?
I mean, yes.
I was just like, you should, I guess.
I don't know. You do that all the time anyway. You did
Yeah,
that
well,
with Leon, too.
This was also, like, the perfect chance to be like, no, like, how do I tell you to voice it without being too obvious?
Well, I mean, you said it the same way that you told me to voice Leon, so...
Hi, I say a lot of things the same way.
Hi, you
I
just
think-
don't like voicing.
I'm also talking, like, a lot. I'm surprised Melik isn't sick of my voice. Then
After this
she's-
many episodes, I think Melik is not sick of either of our voices. I don't know how, because each of us hates our respective voice. As most people tend to when they hear their own voices. Anyway.
Yeah. Then she's... alive? But her body is gone. All that's left is her brain.
Oh! This is
What?
how she answered before.
Mm-hmm. Can we still call that alive?
But he said he was
What?
gonna keep it in like a jar.
I mean, they do actually do a lot of really cool connections to stuff that didn't make sense before.
I mean, yes, I think that's the point. That
Yes.
they planned all this in advance.
You would hope.
There's no way they can tie all of the threads from all of the different routes together here this way without having planned this entire route in advance.
Bull crap it all!
No.
Can we still call that alive? Alive or not? I don't know anymore. Can you save her?
That is a difficult question. We tend to think of there being a definite border between life and death. But really, it's quite vague. Her personality still remained in this world up until a few minutes ago, when you electrocuted the shit out of her.
Yeah, we kind of just killed our best friend.
Again.
Yeah, again.
But you gave poor Labor 9 quite a shock, shall we say. Alas, Miss Caca's brain is no doubt irreversibly damaged. The wonders of modern medicine can do nothing for her now but sigh and shake their heads. Yesterday her body, and today her mind. You are a far more twisted villain than I could ever hope to be, Mr. Kawara.
I killed Crow. It was my fault all along. Why did it have to happen this way? Technically, he's still not at fault for this.
I mean, yes, technically I would still say that Shu killed Crow. Since he injected the virus into Ryota.
Yes. This was all arranged for you. I had Miss Labor 9, Mr. Sakazaki, and the headmaster help you along in your investigation. You are but one step from the end now. You must remember one more thing. What was it that you and Miss Kakar told me long ago? Come, follow me.
He holds out his wing. What lies beyond here? Crow is gone. The one who killed her was here from the beginning. I have nothing more to lose.
You are obedient, Mr. Kawara.
Wait! Textoris Melodia Funis! The demon spores are the thickest that way. You will not be able to return. That's right. The doctor's probably going to do something unspeakably horrible to you, Kawara. Come back.
Thank you for bringing Mr. Kawara this far, you two. And now, goodbye.
Oh dear. This looks bad. Do you suppose it's poison gas? This presence. Mystic Phantom, the avatar of miasma. You do take everything in stride, don't you, Higure? Two humans lie in a twisted pile. They are Crow's parents. She said they worked as mediators between birds and humans. They were trying to say something to the humans barricaded on the other side of the wall. But they received only bullets as a reply. The death of her parents became the signal. The birds surrounding the wall house crossed the wall as one. I can hear gunfire from inside. I can hear humans and birds screaming.
I guess this is why we never see her parents.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is this why she lives in a cave?
Yeah, basically. I don't know why the cave specifically and not with, like, Ryota or whatever, but...
I mean, it's funny because this shows a house, but we always see a cave.
Well, I don't think this is her house. This is just the house that her parents were trying to make sure humans and birds didn't kill each other.
Yeah, but presumably her parents didn't live in a cave.
We could do nothing but stand outside and watch. And then the stranger came and spoke to us. Is there anything you desire? I'll grant you any wish for you. So tell me. I answered, I don't want these things to happen anymore. My wish is for a world where humans and birds no longer fight. Even if I die, I want there to be peace. Have you connected the dots? And Crow continued. I agree.
Oh, should that be
It's
me?
Crow saying it, so you can say it if you want.
I agree. I would do anything to make Ryota's wish come true.
The stranger nodded.
Is this Shu? I'm guessing this is Shu.
What did Crow and Ryota say to him a long time ago? Yes, it's Shu.
Possible right now. But one day, I will make it happen.
By killing all
So
humans.
you remember that line from the very beginning where I'm like, I know who this is and I don't want to say who says it? It was like the first thing we saw on this route.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, that's why I didn't want to say who says it.
Yeah, it's just hard because I need to know what voice to use.
I know, but like, spoilers.
I know.
When we were children. That's right. That was you.
That was the other thing you had forgotten. You have remembered, I see.
8 years ago. A number of humans barricaded themselves in a building not far from where we lived. Crow's parents were shot by the other humans, and many birds and humans were killed in the ensuing gunfight. And I met the doctor. I asked for a world in which humans and birds no longer fight.
You and Miss Kaka both said you would be glad to die to bring it about. And so I am carrying out your wish, just as you had stated it.
So we were joking about who Genie would be.
Even symbiotic relationships are not free from strife. In order to end the wars between humans and birds forever, one race would have to be completely destroyed, you see?
Why did you choose me back then?
Choose you? Why did I ask you what your wish was, you mean? I assure you, it was not a coincidence. I am not so bored as to wander around, granting wishes willy-nilly. I, too, had made a promise to grant your wish. The preliminary test yesterday was a resounding success. We need only transfer the original lysosomes from Fujishiro Nageki to you, and everything will be in place. I have granted your wish, though I did make you jump through a few hoops, so you would remember your wish and understand my intentions. It would be the least you could do to at least acknowledge all I have done for you. Hmm? ...
I don't care about anything now. Fro is gone. My wish has destroyed everything. Nothing good has ever happened. I wish I'd never been born.
You skipped the first part of that, or you cut out.
I must have cut out. No, I might have skipped it. If this is what my life is to be like, I wish I had never been born. Sorry, it's been, like, skipping and freezing slightly, so... I don't want to see anything anymore.
Do not be anxious. You have no will to resist. So soon, you will forget it all. Good night, Mr. Kawara.
My crimson breast senses Talking will just make it worse, Higare. It seems to be leaking in quite slowly. I'm glad we have found a little more time. We have a little more time, but it is getting hard to breathe. Wallenstein, you coward. Come out and
Woo! Woo! Hold on just a little longer. We'll get you out of there. I will try to open the cage. Oko, you see to the gas. Woo! Oko-san shall not fail.
Ah, much better. No one can say you slack off as student president, Shirogane.
See, they had already chosen the student council. Don't get it.
The Crimson Brush shall not forget this.
Are you two alone? Where did Kawara go? Woo! Were you separated? Did Ryota wander off and get lost?
No, he didn't. He got carried off by the doctor.
Carried off? Oh no! No doubt the doctor is making him drink nasty protein supplements as we speak!
The callback!
I love Oko-san.
If we do not act soon, the funeral song shall herald the coming of the darkness.
Why can you never speak in plain Japanese? Miserable poltroon? Poltroon?
He's saying that the doctor is planning to turn Kawara into a biological weapon.
What?
We can explain while we walk.
Also, I like that Shu is apparently the stereotypical villain, monologuing everything.
Yep. Assuming I don't run out of breath.
Or fall asleep. You know, come to think of it, it's a good thing that he didn't fall asleep with poison gas.
I don't think he's very sleepy right now.
Yeah, but he
I
fell
think he's
asleep
very
inside the
awake.
washer dryer.
What?
He's fallen asleep inside a washer dryer.
I think he's very awake right now.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Very well, let us proceed. Kawara, are you alive? He's red. Ooh! Oko-san has a bad feeling about this. Ryota is not normal.
Yes, he's red.
Miserable medical man! What have you done to him?
That's a nice alliteration.
Mm-hmm.
Why, if it isn't the son of the noble Labella family, what is one of your prestige doing here?
Your pathetic jabs mean nothing to me. What have you done to Kawara?
I have granted his wish. That is all. It is almost 10. The human forces are gathered above. Mr. Kawara must now return to the surface and begin the end of the human race.
Kawara would wish for no such thing. He would never harm a human. Right, Kawara?
It seems he is hesitant to agree with you.
Bah!
Humbug? He has been swallowed by the demon spores. Our voices will not reach him.
It is time for us to go. He has but little little time left in this world. We cannot afford to waste any of it.
He has but little time? What does this mean?
His duty now is to fly about the world, spreading the seeds of throughout all of humanity. I can't speak normally. It will be a feat impossible for any normal rock dove. Of course, he will be shot at as well. If he were to fall from his wings, he would die before completing his task.
Woo! Do not fear! Oko-san will stop Ryota here and now!
Dot, 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 dot.
Woo!
There he goes.
Did Oko-san use wing attack?
Probably.
Mr. Kawara has traded his free will for normally impossible physical tenacity.
He's been brainwashed! We have to stop him and bring him back to his senses before he reaches the surface. But Oko is stronger than any of us, and he was sent flying just like that. Oh, Oko-san used wing attack, but it was not very effective.
It was not very effective.
How can we keep him here?
Kawara is very strong, but lacks control right now, right? Maybe we should ask Kigure.
What? Him? He's nuts!
Black Bean Donna.
There he goes again, spouting nonsense. Wait, Kawara, stop! Ah!
Oh dear, there goes Shirogane. The demon Red Eye speaks. Seal the disaster with the power of the Crimson One.
Crimson one?
Chosen One. Sorry. Apparently I cannot speak either. He says Crimson all the time.
I know. But he also says the chosen one at least a few times.
He does.
He's reacting. How is that frail Luzon able to affect him with drugs? What is he doing?
Hypnotizing him. According to the documents back there, Kigure has the ability to pull others into his fantasies and break down their mental restraints. I was talking to the doctor about it earlier too. I think it's real.
Mental restraints? Like how a desperate man can be stronger than usual.
The demon Red Eye heralds the awakening. By the power of the blood-stained hand, I seal the funeral song.
Ooh! Oko-san attack! Oko-san cannot possibly lose in a fight with Ryota!
There we go. Perfect.
We're supposed to convince Ryota to stop while ourselves being drawn into some bizarre fantasy? This is a madness!
No, this is Sparta.
No, this is St. Pigeonations.
Don't think about the consequences, Shirogane. Just go along with it. Prepare yourselves. We fight, brethren, bound with the Red Lotus fetters? Fetters? Fetters. Fetters.
I think it's fetters.
Rio... No, this is technically you. Shiragane's,
Ryota, textures, Melodia melody of Funes appears.
Angel's turn. Flachtina, be silent. Textorus Melodia Funes. Now it's time to break Wallenstein's spell. Hear the call of the Red Lotus.
Sun's turn!
Cool.
Ooh, cool! Ooh! A violent Ryota is not a good Ryota! Come to your senses!
Kazuaki's turn. Listen to us. We're all trying our best for you, Kawara. Come back to us.
Sakuya's turn!
This is so stupid and great. I love it.
Do you not care? Do you plan to destroy all we've gained? Stop, Kawara! This is not the path you must travel! Huh? Someone's turn.
Who was that earlier?
Oh, wait, it's the spirit. I didn't see it there.
Yeah.
Jeez, Ryota, you're causing everybody trouble. I don't want to see you like this either. I'm the only Berserker class character this story needs. Wake up already, Ryota! Ryota was defeated! By a gross ghost.
The spirit is the only berserker.
Kawara, pull yourself together! Do you want this?
No. I don't.
Woo! Woo! Ryota is a vegetarian and shouldn't exert himself!
I don't want to make anyone sad.
The remitter reactivated? Fascinating. It should not have been possible for some hours yet.
Disease is half the mind, after all. Outlook is surprisingly important.
I suppose this means my data was insufficient.
This is the end, Dark Sorcerer Wallenstein. But be judged by the Crimson Breast.
Wait, Angel. It's not just his fault.
Why do you protect him? He is the one who did this to you.
Tell me, Doctor, why did you go so far to grant my wish?
I have a dumb theory that I'm like 90% is wrong. Sure is wrong.
What's your theory? I kind of want to hear this.
We always hear about Ryuta's mom. Shu is his dad.
That would be interesting.
That would be really funny. Look, we always hear about Ryuta's mom, Ryuta's mom. What about his dad? Maybe it's actually Shu.
Is the left shoe or the right shoe?
All of the shoes. The whole shoe rack.
Why did I grant your wish? My reason is nothing moot.
You must have had a reason. We weren't the sort to go around stalking children without some purpose. That sounds so wrong. I want to know the answer to everything.
Dot, dot, dot. The answer is nowhere near as glamorous as you are expecting. I assure you.
Shoo you?
Shoo you?
Yeah, shoo.
Oh.
Hey,
Even,
good morning.
See, even
Isa?
Shoo gets one of these.
Hey, good morning, Isa. Sorry to spring this on you, but could you take a look at these?
No, you're talking to Issa. You have to sound more like Axel. Or sorry, Lee.
No. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I don't give a crap. No.
I'm not continuing until you read it as Axel.
I cannot do Axel's voice. Shut up.
Got it memorized.
Continue.
Yeah.
What is it, sir? You seem excited.
It's amazing. The healers we got earlier.
Healers? Ah, the Gila cells from last month.
Yeah, them. From the unusually old human.
Aiding science even after death. Can't we at least call the samples by their proper name?
You've always been serious like that, Isa. These samples are like sweet lovebirds. Touch them with kindness and they respond beautifully.
Just how many lovebirds do you have again? Perhaps you should call them pet birds instead.
Maybe you're right. Anyway, look at this. We've been looking into cancer cell immortality.
This... Indeed. These results are amazing. You're quite lucky with these things.
It's all about love.
Or intuition.
That too.
Kawara Ryuji. He is quite possibly the most gifted researcher alive. He has abilities and intuition that not even he can explain.
Hey, good morning, Isa. Nice weather, huh? Makes me want to do something outside.
It's already evening. I believe one normally switches to good evening around now.
Hey, it's good morning whenever I get up, Isa. Get distracted by things like common sense and you'll miss the greatest discoveries of your life.
Sophistry?
I love him. Hey, good morning, Isa. Whoopsie, we're low on cash. Here, was this the one?
I didn't ask you to pick it up for me.
Here, take it. It's not like we're running out.
You sound like a pushy salesman.
Your right wing is injured, right? If there's anything I can help you with, just ask.
I've been doing fine so far. I'm a grumpy coworker.
Hey, good morning, Isa. Hey, can I say something?
What is it, sir? I am somewhat busy.
You're always busy. If I waited for you to take a break, I'd die of old age before I got to say.
Talking like this gets us nowhere.
Guess what? I had a kid!
I see. Congratulations.
What? Don't you have anything else to say?
Not particularly. Reproduction is natural for all living creatures. Of course, were I to become a father, I would feel bad for the child, given my habit of locking myself away in the laboratory. The only bird who I ever recognized. The only one I ever recognized as worthy of my respect.
Hey, good morning, Isa. I brought you something cool.
What is it?
A fossil! Look at it! It's huge!
You act like an excited child.
Hey, I like geology too. It tempts me with spouse breach.
I will carry on your research while you are out then. Go on.
Dang, you're cold. Hey, listen. Wanna come with me on a business trip sometime? Field observation is fun. My next one's at the start of the month.
While I am interested in your work, sir, I am partway through a fascinating process at the moment. Perhaps another time.
Yeah, I'll invite you next time then. I bet traveling with you would be a blast.
Field observation is not exactly sightseeing. I will make sure to open time in my schedule, though. His last moments were dreadfully anticlimactic. He fell ill with a disease endemic to the island. By the time we returned home, he was so emaciated one could barely recognize him. He had watched as many other birds succumbed to disease, so I was sure that he would die in this examination room, surrounded by his family.
Isa, I always knew this was a possibility.
Yes, sir.
I don't regret the way I did things,
No, sir.
but I just remembered. I do have one regret.
Yes, sir.
I've never done anything a father's supposed to do. I'd promised to take time off for the first time in years. I want you to do me a favor, Isa. If you ever run into my son, can you do something for him in my stead?
A rather vague request.
Wow.
He's too nice. He'd never ask for something, even if he wanted it.
I suspect he inherited that trait from his father.
Anyway, if you ever happen to meet him, you don't have to go out of your way to find him, Arthur.
Very well. I shall remember. What is his name, so that I may go out of my way to find him?
Ryota. It's Kawara Ryota.
You vanished from my life before I ever told you my feelings. And I've chased your shadow since then. Because I am gay.
Was waiting for that.
Is this what they mean by quitting while you're ahead? Or was it just cowardice? No matter how I study life, its past, its future, I will never be able to surpass you. And that was my only goal. Kawara Ryota, the son of Dr. Kawara, carrying half his genetic material and otherwise unrelated. But this boy, he may be the only way for me to catch your shadow now.
Wow, Shu really misunderstood something there.
He did it in a very Shu-ish way.
He really misunderstood what he meant.
How else was he gonna do this?
When your father died, my world was altered. One might say that his influence over me grew after death, both for good and for ill. Kawara Ryota. All I can recall from him now.
I think that's me.
Is it?
I think that's supposed to, might be. I don't know.
It
I
seemed
don't
like
remember.
it would still be Shu.
I
Because
mean,
it was a long time ago, but
But I mean, it also could be Ryota.
why would Ryota call him Kawara Ryuji?
That's true.
Which is why I was like, I think this is Shu still.
Go for it.
All I can recall of him now is his voice and the color of his wings.
Oh wait, no.
Yeah, it says you rather return.
But why is he calling his dad Kawara Ryuji? Why isn't he
Always
saying
like-
dad?
Always leaving mother and me alone. You did this to carry out my father's will?
You misunderstand. This was not just a parting kindness between colleagues. I doubt that there is anyone in this world with a stronger sense of duty than mine. This was his final challenge to me. And you see the result. But your refusal is hardly rational. I was trying only to grant your wish. And had you but accepted, it would be so. Are you dissatisfied with something?
A world without strife, where no one will have a loved one stolen from them. This is the world I wish for. I never asked for a world where the human race is killed.
A pity that you did not say so 8 years ago.
What absurd contract was this?
There is no power in prayer. I should never have met you. Doctor, my wish ends today. Father's no longer in this world. There's no reason for you to chase after his final will anymore.
are sympathizing with me? Oh, how I have fallen. I can feel his pitying gaze even now. Very well. The contract ends today. And I must admit defeat.
It is not over yet. We must open the gates of Tartarus in the depths of the abyss.
You only have about 10 minutes until the humans come in from above. See, you are still alive, gentlemen.
Mr. Leone,
I bring with me all those who had taken refuge in the gym.
whoa, it's like something out of a science fiction movie.
I bet it was built by Mibs.
Fred! Well, I guess nobody's panicking anyway.
Presumably they did not inform them that there are hordes of bloodthirsty humans gathering.
I would hope not.
Mr. Shirogane, I will recover Sakazaki's body before I leave. Have no fear.
I am grateful to you.
The exit is no doubt activated by the vital signals of the researchers who work here.
Correct. Do not fear. I shall lead you to it.
Woo, cool! The doctor is even creepier when he's being cooperative.
I do not base my actions on foolish pride or emotion. I carried out an experiment, and I have now obtained the result. I have nothing more to gain or lose here.
Is that everyone? Thank God. Shall we go, Kawara? Can you stand?
Yeah. But
We need to bring Kakar with us.
I think everyone else has gone outside.
Doctor, I shall not forget what has taken place here. Once we are outside, I shall see that you face judgment for killing my brother. Your words are haughty and immature, as always.
Do as you please, if you can.
I will indeed. Remember my face, villain.
Well, who knows? I find you uninteresting, so I may well forget. I must think carefully about my plans once I am outside. I still have much research to.
The doctor? Gunshot echoes throughout the room. The doctor collapses.
Madness! There should still be time before the humans.
Gosh dang it. Mr. Nanaki? Pistol is in his hand. He wobbles over to the doctor with the same unsteady, careless gait as always. And this is the end of your research.
Nanaki, what?
Stop. The doctor should have a fair trial once we...
I don't think you need a trial. He just confessed.
Something justice.
This is the equivalent of pleading guilty.
Yes, but we still shouldn't shoot him.
He's murdered a lot of people.
That's true.
This is the death penalty, as administered by Kazuaki.
Keep going. If it won't freeze. A fair trial? What do you think, Doctor?
Well, I am impressed at your acuity in attacking my uninjured left side.
But of course. Thank you. Tell me, Doctor, you want me... No, Isa. I need to bring him back with me. That's why I've done all this. Tell me, where is Nageki? Nanaki points his gun at the immobilized doctor. He looks quite prepared to shoot the partridge dead at any moment.
Oh, is that it? I had quite forgotten. Mr. Fujishiro's brother. He was a quail.
Yeah, everyone gets their own little monologue section. I was right. Should I do this one? I guess I should do this one.
Sure.
Nageki, are you here by yourself again? Yeah. Are you by yourself here again? You should play in the park with everyone else.
I'm fine. I would just get tired. Isn't talking to me a waste of time, Hitori? You've been busy recently, have you not? I know we're short on money.
That's not something you need to worry about. We adults are working hard to make sure you don't have to worry.
You're a child too, Hitori.
Hitori.
Hitori? You're only 5 years older than me, after all.
You don't think I should be working?
No, that's not what I meant. I can't do anything. I at least want to stay out of your way.
It's not about whether you're doing anything or not. You're part of the family, and we need you.
That doesn't help. With my body like this, I can't work. Or go to school. That's just how it is.
You're thinking too hard, Nageki. Let's go pick some millet in the yard. It's almost dinner time. A full stomach scares the bad things away. Right?
I actually think that was supposed to be me, but whatever. September 2nd, 2180. Hatoful House. Where the rest of the war orphans and I live together. Yeah, that's what I'm like, halfway through I'm like, oh wait, that was supposed to be me. Whoops. Keep going. I was always a little better at studying than the others, so I teach at the local school to help make ends meet. Ugh. Going to work and coming home. Every Friday, we all gather together and have supper. There are children who go to school. There are those who work, like me. And children like Nageki, who stay home. Our family is a patchwork of ages and lives. We always eat together on this day. What should we have? We might have enough left over, or we could pool our money and buy something. I had more work than usual last month, so I got paid a little more than usual. I'll get something nice. I'll head home and see what everyone wants first. But this day was different. Our home was surrounded by security vehicles. It's an attack by the Human Liberation Front. We can't let anybody in.
We sent 2 human negotiators, but they were shot. We're going to storm the place.
Get back, it's dangerous. Hey, you, are you listening? I remember angry shots coming from every direction, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. The only things I could focus on were the gunshots from inside. Today was supposed to be our day. No one has ever been missing on a Friday before. No one can disappear today. We have to be together today, no matter what. When I went in, the gunshots had stopped. All that was left were corpses in ruin, and... Everyone is covered in blood, immobile. The humans, the security forces, and my family. What did we do? We had nothing. Our parents and our homes had already been stolen by the humans. All we had left were each other. Why do they have to keep stealing from us? Why? Why? Hitori. You were outside. Good. Nageki, you're alive. Everyone else. ... I see. Nageki was hiding in the innermost room. He must have heard everything from inside his hiding place. Human corpses are scattered throughout the room. Nageki, were you afraid? I'm sorry. It wasn't your fault, Hitori. Hitori, sorry.
Tori.
I'll never remember this stuff.
It takes like 3 extra seconds of effort. Don't fuck up
Okay.
Japanese names because you're too lazy to take 3 seconds of effort.
No, I'll never remember because my brain is that bad at remembering these things.
You can say it correctly right now.
Hitori.
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 Tori.
Hitori. Ugh. I wasn't here when you needed me. Don't apologize, Hitori. I don't know how I could live if you were gone too. When I found him then, I didn't notice, but none of the human corpses in that room had been shot. This will be our room from now on. The house is too big for just the 2 of us. Right. It's a little lonely. Yes. Hitori, what should I do? Isn't there anything I can do to help? You just have to be happy and well. Don't push yourself. We'll find something for you to do, okay? I noticed as soon as we moved out of Hatoful house. He was never very healthy to begin with, but he was getting worse and worse. What would start out as a slight cold would turn into a high fever and go on for days. It was painful to watch. Was it really just his weak body? I couldn't do anything. Should we get a doctor, Nageki? I'm Fine. I'm fine. Nageki, wait. You still have a fever. Don't worry about the dishes. I'll take care of them. I told you, I'm fine. Don't, cats. If you just say how you feel outright, I'll feel better too, Nageki, okay?
Yes, cats.
But how about this? From now on, I'm fine isn't allowed.
Yeah, how about this? From now on, I'm fine isn't allowed. From you either.
Shut your mouth and continue. What do you... Whenever you say you're fine, you never are. Oh, okay. Go to bed for now, okay? Tomorrow, I'm taking you to a doctor.
Is this me?
Go for it.
This is highly unusual. Nageki has a genetic condition which impairs his immune system.
Impairs his immune system?
All living creatures inherit defense systems against viruses and the like from their parents, and we call them the immune system. But Nageki's is abnormally weak.
That's why he gets sick easily?
Indeed. He can become infected with diseases that bodies such as yours or mine would fight off easily. It is probably best if he avoids going outside, as that could bring him into contact with more dangerous viruses. He could become seriously ill with little or no warning.
Please, can you cure him? I'll find whatever money it takes. He's the only family I have left.
I understand how you feel, but as I said, his condition is hereditary. I have never seen anything like it. I'm sorry, but I can't help him.
Went to many hospitals and I talked to many doctors.
I'm guessing that wasn't Shu, Doctor, but oh well.
More shoes.
Shu just has many clones. They're all doctors.
They all said the same thing. I can't help him. Someone please save Nageki. Anyone. I'll do anything. We had been all alone, but we found a home together. It was taken from us. And now this. Someone please help us. Soon after the start of 2183, a letter arrived. It was from a researcher at St. Pigeonation's Medical Institute.
Ah, now it's Shu.
Mr. Iza
Soma.
Soma.
I have received a report about a boy named Fujishiro Nageki from a doctor at a certain hospital. I believe I know what his condition is. It is extremely rare, so my fellow researchers and I would be grateful for a chance to assist in curing it. We hereby invite him to come study at St. Pigeonations. We believe that solving the riddle of his sickness will bring great advances to all of bird science. The medical center will pay for his tuition. St. Imaginations is a school of great prestige. Our curricula and facilities are among the best in the world. The medical center is located on the school grounds. We propose that he live in the center out of concern for his delicate health. He will have access to professional medical expertise anytime he should need it. Please consult with the rest of your family, and if you are interested, contact me at the following address. I will be waiting. Isa Soma.
This is amazing, Nageki. I'm glad we went to so many hospitals. I never expected an invitation like this. I don't want to go. I want to stay with you, Hitori. But you'll be able to go to school. I can only teach you what I know, and there's a lot that I don't know. And you'll be able to make friends. The doctors there will help you with your illness, so you won't have to be sick. Do you not want me here, Hitori? Of course I do. But I'm worried. If you're able to get really sick, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I think it would be better for you to stay with the doctors. I'll be lonely by myself, but I can wait until you're better. Come strong, Nageki, and then come back here. I'll wait for you, however long it takes. Okay. And so Nageki enrolled in St. Pichinations. There had been a lot of us at Hatoful House, and after that I was with Nageki. I was lonely living by myself for the first time, but I was more worried about Nageki. I hope he makes good friends, but he's never been very sociable. At least he will have an easier life there than here. More importantly, they'll be looking for a cure. Summer of that year, he sent a lot of letters home. I'm going to be undergoing intensive treatment over the summer. I wanted to come home, but they said this would be better for me. How are you? I'll write again soon. I asked Dr. Isa about a meeting, but he said no. I'm not the only one here with an unusual illness, and they have to be very careful about who comes in. Summer's half over now. Is it hot out? The basement of the center is always the same light and the same temperature. I miss you. Hi. Hitori. I'm fine. I'm fine, Hitori. Don't worry about me. I was worried. Nageki had told me he was fine since he promised not to 3 years ago. What are they doing to him? Are they doing something bad to him?
Yes.
He doesn't know that. I tried calling Dr. Isa, but he always replied with progress is good and everything is fine. If everything is fine, why won't they let me talk to him? I snuck into the medical center. I need to know if he's really alright. He said that he was undergoing intensive care in the basement. That must be where he is. How do I get in there? Or how do I get there? I need to the entrance to the basement.
Yes.
That was when I heard the alarm. I could hear urgent footsteps and the sound of wings. This building has all the most advanced equipment. They must have noticed me. But I was greeted at the corner not by guards, but by panicked researchers. All the shouting the same, all heading for the exit. Fire! Fire! What? A fire! Subject 00 set a fire! Call the fire department! Black smoke rolls towards me from the inner corridors. Nageki! Where's Nageki? Nageki! Say something, please. Where are you? It's happening again. Nageki needs me, and I'm not there. I always leave him alone when he's in pain. The smoke is clogging my lungs with its foul stench, but I run onwards anyway. Nageki is there in a room filled with fire. Nageki, it's me, Ituri. I'm here to save you. Ituri. What happened? What did they do to you? Come on, we have to get out of here. I'm sorry. His face is clouded, he shuts the door, and I hear the lock click shut. Open the door, Nageki! Hitori. I can't go outside anymore. I can't live anymore. What did they do to you? I'm a fool. All this time I thought you were getting better. Thought you'd come home cured. I should be the one apologizing. Nageki, please. Come home with me, to our home. Listen, Ituri. I recorded everything that happened here and hid it in the library. It's wrong. This is the only way to stop them. What are you talking about? We can talk later. I can't let you die. Can you do me a favor, Hitori? Anything. Please. Please. Make sure there's nothing left on my body. And
It would seem that our investigation was lacking. It is hardly easy to change your name and face.
Yeah, how did you go from, like, black and orange to white?
sorry, do you not remember the line? It must be the bleach.
No, but it was before that. Unless he fell asleep in the washer dryer many times on purpose.
He wasn't falling asleep.
No,
He
that was okay.
purposely.
When he says it must be the bleach, it's because he smells like chlorine from being in the washer dryer.
Yes, but it wasn't because he was falling asleep.
Is he still dyeing himself?
Yes.
No, he said he fell asleep.
That doesn't mean anything.
I mean, true.
Nageki. He's calling. He's calling me, you know. Lisa, I came to create Nageki. Where is he?
I see you are losing hold of your sanity.
I'm serious. I've been waiting for this from the beginning. He told me what you were doing to him here. But then you closed the facility. I've been waiting for this, Isa. Waiting for you to open this place again. Ever since I joined the faculty. He's still here, isn't he? Nageki.
There were indeed some pieces of him left after the fire. He would have degraded in mere hours had I left them. If it pleases you to call those bits of meat Fujishiro Nageki, I will not attempt to stop you. But those pieces have already been transferred to Mr. Kawara's body.
You won't die just yet, Isa. Don't worry. Don't worry. So tell me, where is Nageki? I have to take him home now.
If by Nageki you mean what was left of him after the fire, then it is Mr. Kawara's liver. The cells from his body that contained the child virus are now inside of Mr. Kawara, parasitizing him.
Oh, is that it? I see. Thank you, Isa. Hang on just a little longer, Isa. I need to ask Nageki what he thinks we should do with you. Mr. Nonaki comes over to me with the same soft smile on his face as when he teaches class. Can you hear me, Nageki?
No, and you've lost your goddamn mind.
I'm sorry I made you wait so long. I'm here now. Sir, it's me, Kawara Ryota, from your class. Please, snap out of it.
I don't know what happened in the past, Hinaki, but this is not the time for such foolery. We have only a few more minutes before the humans enter the school grounds. Won't take them long to find this place.
Could you move over a second, Shirogane? Need to talk to Kawara. He points the gun at Sakuya. Sakuya, he's serious. It's too noisy in here. Come on, Kawara, let's go find that room. Just the two of us. Go into that room. Just the two of us.
What are you thinking? Are you planning to lock yourself in? Open the door! Open it, I say!
Isa said he's in your liver, didn't he? Where's the liver, I wonder? Do you know Kawara? Sir, Nageki would never have wanted this. He stares thoughtfully at my stomach, a knife in his hand. My body feels weak. Think I might have put too much into that fight earlier. I won't be able to resist. Nageki. Nageki. Nageki, can you hear me? I've come to save you again. Where are you? Tell me. What part of Kawara do I need to cut open to find you?
Well, that's terrifying.
Nageki, Nagaki. 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 Nagaki.
I feel like I'm playing Doki Doki again.
Kinda. Nagaki, 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 Nagaki. Sir, listen to me. He moves the knife from one place to another as if making an estimation. He's going to... Oh, I see. It's hide and seek. I'll look as hard as I can then. Just a little longer. We'll be able to go home in just a little bit, Nagaki. Let's say, was that you or the cat?
Both?
Bonk. Stop it, Hitori. Dot 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 dot. The knife is stuck deep into the wall under my wing. I can hear Nagaki's voice, but I can't see him. The voice is coming from inside me?
That's incredibly creepy.
Yeah. Mr. Kawara, let me use your body for a bit.
That's even creepier. But now that I think about it, is this why he could see Nagaki's ghost in the library?
Is this what?
Is this why he could see Nagaki's ghost in the library?
I think so. Doesn't explain why Crow was able to.
No, it doesn't. She's just special.
Okay. Go ahead. Can you hear me, Hitori? Of course. I've talked with you every night. You told me, Nagaki. Told me to come get you. Told me to exact revenge on Misa. No, Hitori, that was not me. I never told you to do that. Have you forgotten what I asked you to do, Hitori? The second thing. Nagaki! Yeah, Nagaki!
Nagaki, Nagaki, Nagaki,
Nagaki.
Nagaki.
I remember, of course I remember. So let's go home. Listen, Hitori. I'm no longer here. I can no longer go home with you. Who said that? Oh, I see. It was Izo, wasn't it? Only he would say something mean like that. No, it wasn't him. Don't worry, Nagaki. I'll take care of him in a minute. Don't worry. Hitori, I never asked for you to come here and come for me. Never asked for you to exact revenge. Who was it? Nagaki. It was Nagaki. I died because of you. You abandoned me. Here. Never wanted to come here. It was you who killed me. You killed me. You killed me.
It was guilt.
Mm-hmm. You killed me.
Oh, that's creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Do you want to do this? The shadow?
I mean, I can, but I imagine it would still be the same as Nagaki's voice. Since
I can
Kazuaki
do
is
it.
fully convinced that it's Nagaki.
I will not forgive Hitori. I'm sorry, Nagaki. But I know that no apology will ever fix it. Sir, what? There is a shadow in Hitori's heart. his own shadow pretending to be mine. Come for me, Hittori. I'm here. I know. I don't want to be alone. I don't want you to be alone. You will never forget me. You will live with me. You will live with your sin forever. That's what you want, isn't it? If you want me to carry this pain, I will, Nageki. I won't ask for forgiveness. I won't. He's crying. Tortured by his own shadow. I'm sorry, Nageki. I'm sorry. Hittori. I don't want you to be in pain. He's trying to destroy his feelings of guilt. He wants to be saved. If you're here, his pain will go away. Help me save him. Yes. What?
Sorry, Mog was on my bathroom counter, like trying to half climb into my box that's still packed.
Good job, Mog.
Huh?
Nothing.
He's feeling crazy. He's a crazy boy. And that's why he's getting picked up and put on my lap now.
Yes? Hittori, I was tortured by them here in this place. It was terrible. He said the others should die in pain. All of them should die. As long as they live, my pain will never disappear. Mr. Nanaki. Revenge will solve nothing?
Okay, Ryota.
Sir, you and Nageki both lost those most important to you in strife. You should know best of all people that revenge helps no one. It brings no happiness, only pain. If I hadn't been there, Nageki would never have died. I was never there when he needed me. I'm sorry, Nageki. If I had been better, this would have never happened. Everything would have been fine if you'd never met me. If I hadn't been there, you never would have felt pain. Sir, why? What do you think?
I think this one.
Okay.
Because basically you have to speak for Nageki. You have to help give voice to, or help Kazuaki see things from Nageki's point of view.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think it's this one.
The time Nageki spent with you was his greatest treasure. I know how wonderful it is to be able to be together with loved ones, too. Nageki's glad he got to be with you, sir. There is nothing to regret. Come with me, Hittori. Look at me, Hittori. Hear my voice? Only my voice, Hittori. I will tear your heart to pieces. And when it heals, I'll tear it again. And again. And again. That is your punishment. It will be wonderful to live with me again. Wonderful. Hittori. I guess that's the only option.
Yes.
Please,
Yes.
Hittori.
Yes.
Listen to me. The voice you hear is that of your own shadow. You have been hurting yourself all this time. Stop blaming yourself. I don't want to see you in pain. You asked me for 2 things, Nageki. The first was, come save me. So listen to me, Hitori. My first wish for you to make my body disappear from this place, from this world. As long as I live, as long as my body remains, someone will try to use the Charon virus. That virus must disappear, and my body with it. It will bring only sadness as long as it remains. You asked for one other thing? You asked me to take revenge on Dr. Iza, on all those who brought you pain. Yes. I need to grant this wish. I need to. Hitori. No, Hitori. That was not my wish. Remember, Hitori, remember my final wish. It's not about whether you're doing anything or not. You're part of the family, we need you. That doesn't help. With my body like this, I can't work. Or go to school. That's just how it is. You're thinking too hard, Nageki. Let's go pick some millet in the yard. It's almost dinner time. A full stomach scares the bad things away. Right? What a beautiful sunset. I guess it's autumn already. Are you cold, Nageki? I'm fine. Hitori? It would be easier for you without me, right? Why do you think that? I heard you and the others talking about it. Medicine costs a lot more than food. You're paying for it out of your salary, right? If you had that money for yourself, you could buy better food. You wouldn't have to work so much. So you would be better off without me. Don't say that, Nageki. I don't care about fancy food or free time. You're more important than any of that. You mean more to us than you think, Nageki. You were very young when you came here, so maybe you don't remember it, but losing family's hard. I want to stay like this, watching over the people I love forever. So listen. Maybe it looks like I'm working just for you, but it's for me too. Seeing you happy makes me happy. Thank you, Hitori. I just wish I wasn't such a burden to you. Stop that already. You've never been a burden to me.
This conversation sounds familiar.
Here, have some millet. Eat well and we can sleep well too. Let's hope for good dreams, okay?
Cheesy scrolling effect.
Cheesy scrolling effect! I hope we can stay like this forever. Yes. Yes. My second wish was, live, Hitori. Live and be happy.
Those are all Mog, by the way.
I figured. Nageki, I can't be happy. You're gone. I can't be with you anymore. Look at me, Hitori. I want you to live. You don't have to feel guilty for me. I couldn't tell you why I was still here. I couldn't tell why I was still here. At first I thought my remains, the parts of me that are inside Mr. Kawara now, were keeping me here. But I don't think so now. I think I was worried. Worried that you wouldn't be able to keep going alone. I can't, Nageki. I can't go on without you. I don't want to live without you. You good?
Just picking up my cat. Good boy. He kept like pawing at the door and scratching at the door and meowing at the door.
Oh,
So,
cat.
I put him on the cat tree.
You stayed here too long, Hitori. We have to move on. Don't worry, we'll meet again. Somewhere, sometime. Mr. Kawara? Thank you.
Kawara, are you unhurt?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Unexpected. If it were me, your insides would have divulged themselves and their secrets long ago.
Dot, 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 dot.
Nanaki, I will not forgive this madman.
Don't worry about it, Sakuya. It's already over. We need to get out. We're already out of time.
Indeed.
Dot, 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 dot. Nageki was kept frozen here, right, Doctor?
Indeed, he was. The facility was sealed off, so it was hardly difficult to keep people from snooping around.
I'm staying here with Crow.
What are you saying, Kawara? Come with us at once!
I see. Kawara.
I thought you would say that. The Charon virus has by now colonized your body quite completely. Were you to leave, any humans you encountered would suffer a painful death.
What? Was this your plan all along, you conniving physician? Surely there is a way to remove the virus.
Alas, that would be impossible with current medical technology. Once established in the body, it is quite tenacious. Even if we were to remove the tissues from Mr. Fujishiro, Mr. Kawara would still carry the virus.
Madness! Lunacy!
The same goes for Miss Kaka's damaged brain. It is currently preserved inside a glass jar, but just barely. Indeed, Given Labor 9's behavior and the subsequent damage she was dealt, there is no guarantee that her personality and memories are still retrievable.
With current medical technology, anyway. Sure, Gane. Let's go outside.
Do you mean to leave Kawara here? How deep does your selfish nature run?
We'll come back for him. It's impossible now, but one day we may be able to remove the virus from his body. I think that Nageki would say that same. Say the same.
Well, Mr. Shirogane, I think perhaps you would do well to respect Mr. Kawara's thoughts on the matter.
I feel as if this one day has brought an entire lifetime's worth of fatigue.
You know what else would make you feel fatigued? The stream's been going for 4+ hours.
Yeah, I just realized that. I just want to rest for a little while. I'm worried about my mother. Sakia, could you tell her I'll be back one day?
Listen, Kawara. A label? No. I never go back on my word. No matter how long it takes, I will come back for you. I swear. So, promise me, please. Promise me that you'll leave this place with me, alive.
Right. I promise. I'll be waiting for you. A lot sure happened today, Crow.
Does this mean we're finally getting into recap mode, Ryota? I'm half sick from being stuck out here and not even knowing what's going on.
Yeah, I guess you only got to see bits and pieces of the story.
Yep. So will you fill me in, please?
Guess we have plenty of time for it.
I'm going to miss eating udon. But having you here makes things at least a little better. Right?
Where do I start? Everything that's happened, what's happening now, and everything that might happen one day. We have plenty of time to talk about it all. And we're done!
Whew.
So...
Does this mean that Ryota is the true pairing the whole time?
Yes.
Sort of.
Kind of.
Although the secret end is more of a Romeo and Juliet
Yeah.
approach.
Yeah. Not what you were thinking?
I mean, all of my theories from like halfway through came true pretty much.
But it probably wasn't what you were thinking when you started the secret end.
No, it wasn't, because I wasn't expecting to be found dead.
No birds were harmed during the making of this game.
Are you sure? I think Yuya might disagree.
I also hope Melik enjoyed this crazy time.
Thanks for joining us for just the ending. I'm sure you're confused as fuck. But thank you for joining us anyway.
Yes,
Thanks
it
for
was
hanging out with us.
It was great having somebody here to make jokes with us while we were probably both internally crying at some scenes.
Internally crying, yes.
I almost did multiple times.
Yeah. I think... Which one? There was a different route that I was almost crying. This one I wasn't crying.
Was
but
it
I wanted
Nageki's?
to cry. Huh?
Was it Nageki's?
No. Well, Nageki's it wasn't because I played it before.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of which one I was crying during. Or nearly
Ryota.
crying.
Was it Shoes?
I mean, I was crying internally for Yuya during Shoes.
Very fun, very confused.
Well, as
Maybe
long as you
if
had fun.
Yeah, as long as you had fun.
I mean, you can go back. We have some of the roots.
Yeah, we have some of them.
Actually,
what?
because we have our one viewer, this is an excellent time for a one-person poll. Would you be interested if we were to go back and do all of the routes that we didn't stream before?
Which was like half of them.
Let me read the character list.
Oh wait, no, it's
Everyone but Shu and Yuya and Angel, basically. We
Yeah,
did
it's like-
before we started the channel.
it was top to Kazuaki.
Huh?
The was it?
Yeah.
Oko-san to Kazuaki.
Yeah.
No less. But yeah, let us
So
know if
Oko-san, Ryota, the summer side story, Sakuya, Nageki, and Kazuaki.
yeah. Well, I'd probably say like for Oko-san,
Oko-san's is fun.
Oko-san and Sakuya probably would just do True End again because
yeah.
all the normal end is less info than True End.
Yes.
Malik seems to be at least interested in that.
Okay. Well, then we will consider going back to do the other ones over.
No, it's totally fine,
And
Malik.
yes, we understand the lag.
Yeah, lag is how it happens with Twitch.
Actually, the better way would have been if we had asked the question in chat, but you know.
Yeah, well.
Hindsight 2020.
Yes.
Hindsight for president.
But yeah, not now, because we've been going for like 4 hours, but there is actually an extra scene because we completed everything.
I know, because there's another achievement that I have still yet to unlock.
Yep.
So we'll do
So
that
click.
the next time.
You should be able to go to the menu.
Well, yes, I'm enjoying the screen where the feather is coming down from Ace's Playing at Attraction banner. I think that's really
That's actually
cute.
pretty
I
good.
like it a lot. I'm
Yeah.
half tempted to make it our banner.
Actually,
It's not wide
Maybe.
enough.
no, it's not. We would have to do
You'd have
some
to stretch it,
shenanigans
and
with
then it
that.
wouldn't look as nice. I like the feather a lot. It's really pretty.
I mean, we could probably find a way to recreate something like that.
Oh yeah, we could. Oh wait,
Oh,
maybe
so
it's right now.
automatically going into it?
Madness! Why, if it isn't my darling little brother. Salutation. Salutations.
You haven't been talking for so long, it's hard for you to talk. Nothing.
You scum! You villain! Explain yourself! Why are you still alive? Why? Well, for starters, I could never bring myself to leave all the ladies sad and alone. How much must you mock me before you will be satisfied? Hello again. Leone? Truth be told, Leone here gave me an antidote. I was loitering around on the border between life and death, and he pulled me back up in a miraculous revival. But he said he was going to go recover your body! I do not recall saying I was going to recover his corpse. Lunacy! Madness! Inconceivable! Give it back! Give me back the time and mental energy I spent mourning you! You mourned me. I'm flattered. Gah! Can't stay long, Sakazaki Yuya. It's time to set out on our next bright and massive mission. This is your chance to regain the department's trust. Roger that. Let's go, sexy and suave.
Guessing that's their code names?
I guess so. Well, no. Bright and Massive just seems to be their code name for the Dove Party. Woo! Woo! Oko-san fell smooth! There's Oko-san fell smooth! Yes. There is deliciousness nearby. Is there pudding?
Black bean done.
Whoo! Whoo! Angel, do you have food?
Ah, what did I? Gah, the demon spores encroach again.
Whoo! Stick 'em up! Oko-san demands your beans or your life!
Oko-san. So you appear, bone-white bird of bean-eating. By the oath of old, join me.
They're still going at it!
Hello, Shirtane. How are you?
Why are you, of all people, pushing Iwamina's wheelchair? Would never have expected to see you two together.
Taking responsibility for injuries dealt to another party by tending to them seems like a natural enough reaction to me.
I need to apologize somehow, don't I?
Not really. If you change your mind and decide it's time to exact revenge again, I never met either of you, understand?
Come on, Shirtane. That would never happen. Probably.
How wonderful. I can feel the suspense in the air.
Somehow, I feel like attempting to apply ethical guidelines to either of you is completely futile.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Anyway, I needed to talk to you. I have the results from the experiment the other day.
There were no problems.
Not at all. It was a perfect success.
Well, I guess that means it's time, doesn't it?
I have the date. If you can come, please do.
Mr. Kawara? Mr. Kawara, Miss Kakao, can you hear me? Morning is almost here. I got chills. Holy crap. Wake up, Kawara. Oh no, I think it's you.
Oh, yeah, I
Oh,
think
no.
so. Wake up, Kawara! Kaka! I told you I wouldn't go back on my word.
It's a nice little ending to it all.
Yes. Finally, we're done.
Yeah.
Alright, time for the archive.
Oh, right. Because we should,
We can go through all of them now.
Sorry, we're just sorry for all this.
Well, we have to read them.
we do.
We have all of them, finally. We have to read them.
And we have full context of all
Yes.
these.
We have established one of student number 60781's special characteristics. He acts as a neurotransmitter, producing a trance-like state in bystanders. The effect is similar to that of a narcotic. We will continue our observation.
Oh, sorry, he's not LSD. He's cocaine.
Ah, yes, the cocaine bird.
Or
Sounds
heroin?
like a poem.
Maybe heroin.
Is that supposed to be a pun?
No.
I feel uncomfortable. Where did I come from? Where was I born? The fact I'm trapped here is the least of the mysteries plaguing my mind. I'm nervous. I woke up in a different place this morning. Don't remember well, but it had pale fluorescent lights and a white ceiling. It can't have been the library. Where was I?
Selection criteria for the human ambassador have been forwarded to management, along with a draft of the emergency response manual. Given the risk of influenza, a human with as strong a natural immunity as possible is desirable. The presence of hereditary immunoglobins is the most important criterion. Others are detailed in the attached documents.
Come to think of it, this means that Shu basically plotted to turn the humans' original plan against them.
Turn whose plan?
So in the human bird history lesson,
Mm-hmm.
it said that originally the humans planned to unleash a virus that was going to kill all of the birds.
Yep.
Shu is doing the opposite.
Well, the virus to kill all the birds also was the one that genetically mutated them into being
Yes,
this.
but I mean, Shu was more effectively plotting
Yes.
the opposite of what the humans had plotted.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That is true. But I find no answers. I feel as if I've forgotten something very important. As if I promised something to someone very important.
Is that you or is that Shu? Or Ryota?
It's not Ryota.
Yeah. If I promise something important.
Well, that could be a lot of people, actually. A lot of people made promises.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's keep going.
Oh, wait, no.
Well, no, because it
Kazuaki.
specifically says the library. This isn't the library.
Hmm?
One of the other books says this isn't the library.
I know, but I feel like this might actually be Kazuaki.
It's possible.
This one.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know.
Anyway.
An acutely infectious strain that was pandemic in 1918. Approximately 600 million people were infected, and of those, approximately 100 million died. It claimed the largest number of lives in the shortest period of time of any disaster during the human era. From information found in remaining records, the pathogen itself is thought to have been a derivative of avian influenza. We have examined the genetic records of the entire student body. None of them exceed 98% compatibility. We are continuing to investigate carrier aptitude levels. We will report on the possibility of inducing carrier capability in a normal individual next week. We have temporarily opened the dividing wall in the underground facility at the request of the Biological Science Division. We should be able to reconstruct the circumstances of the fire. Subject 00 remains in cold storage. The death of Subject 00's relative has been confirmed. His remains are stored in Area D3, Section 1,
They are boxed and processed.
Whose body was that?
Subject 00?
No. The remains of Subject 00's relative. They thought they found Nanaki. Whose body did they find and think was Nanaki's? Or Nanaki's?
I don't know.
I'm gonna guess it was a random scientist.
I'm guessing so. Homo sapiens' resistant capabilities. Adaptability measure for Homo sapiens to be raised an estimated 0.06%. There are fluctuations in mammalian evolution rates. We may need 2 or 3 more samples. The intelligence agent. We have chosen to let the Dove Party agent, who has infiltrated the school, operate freely for the time being. A number of incoming students have proven to be quite fascinating. If possible, please examine the details in the attached documents. I do not think they will oppose me. The only question with this one is, are they talking about Yuya or Leon?
I believe they're talking about Yuya specifically.
I would think so, but I'm not sure.
Because Yuya's the only one that is actively searching for things. The other one's a handler. Like, Leon's just a handler for Yuya.
Kind of.
I've been feeling better since that nosy girl showed up. Don't think I will find any answers like this, so perhaps it's time to close the curtains. I am fulfilled, just as I was back then. Back then? Back when?
The Heartful House Incident. The Heartful House Orphanage in Area L9, Section 6, was attacked by the Human Liberation Front terrorist organization. The terrorists barricaded themselves inside, taking the residents hostage. 11 residents were killed during the incident, and 8 officers died storming the building. 2 residents are known to have survived, but their current whereabouts are unknown. Hehe. L9, Labor 9. Hehehe.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure if that was intentional.
Probably a small bit of intentionality there.
Av's High City bombing. In 2173, the Av's High City building in Area A23, Section 1, was bombarded by human extremists. Immediately afterwards, the Hawk Party spawned the Earthcrawlers extremist organization. What? This one I'm very lost. What is this? Hee 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 hee. Grim Reaper Bird.
What?
Hmm?
We did it. We've done it.
Yeah, it's complete. Oh!
Wait, that's no.
Oh.
It's adorable.
Oh wait, there's no corresponding thingy.
No.
for when we saw his blonde version. I wanted to compare.
Oh, baby!
He looks so cute and grumpy.
Oh, baby!
Fat little partridge with a lab coat. His anime version looks so grumpy though.
And the last one,
Ah!
He's also
It's Reta's
cute.
dad!
yeah.
Also with an adorable lab coat.
Yeah.
Actually, he's actually wearing the scarf
Mm-hmm.
as a bird too.
He is.
That's funny. Hmm.
But I think that's it for tonight, right?
I think so. I don't know what else we do.
I think that's it.
Why is New Game grayed out?
I
Or
don't
no.
know. Do not ask me that question.
No, it's back now.
Oh no, it was
Okay.
just a glitch.
Yeah, I guess so. Anyway.
Okay.
Alright, thanks for joining us for the
Thank you.
entire, 4 hours. I'm actually really impressed.
I'm very impressed you stayed with us, Malik. That's props to you.
Yes.
Lots of props.
Thanks for not getting sick of us. Thanks for hanging out with us. We hope you had fun.
Yes. With how crazy this was.
Yes.
And we'll be back at some point.
We will be back at some point, probably later this week.
Yeah, probably later this week.
We will try to update the next broadcast thing.
Yeah. Definitely.
Alright.
Hope to see you again, Malik. We missed you.
Yeah. Well, we were on and off for a while because
Yeah,
life
we
got
were.
busy.
Yeah, but we're back on a steady-ish schedule.
Steady-ish.
Steady-ish. Okay, well. That's kind of important.
Yeah,
Not
a
having
little bit.
class.
Little bit.
I get that.
Alright. Well,
Good night.
have a good night. Thanks for joining.
Thank
Join us
you.
again. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.